One, two, one, two. Good morning, everybody. Sorry about yesterday. I was just exhausted. I'm used to streaming and getting up at 2 o'clock a.m. in the morning. And when I looked at the clock, it was 8 o'clock. There was no way I could make it. I knew there was a lot of people watching, believe it or not, because I was only streaming for 2 hours and had over 200 views, but still did not get the chance to show anything what was on stream. Well, today it's 7 o'clock in the morning. I've lost 3 hours. Because I was researching on the Samsung Galaxy XR, which I can get within 2 weeks, within a week to 2 weeks in the UK. But it's an extra £600 on top of the market value for a year-old system. And at the end of the day, yes, it'll benefit me, but then again, when you really look at it, it's bragging rights for people to turn around and say, well, no. Well, like I said, I've been doing a heck of a lot of research, and when I'm investing money in anything like that, I do my research. Now, today, it's going to take me 2 hours just to set up my ship, okay, to do what's advertised, but I'm going to be concentrating mostly on the missiles, loading and rearming the Polaris. I do want to use the MPU Argo tractor, because that is what it's supposed to be there. Basically, with that, you don't leave the ship, and you use that to obviously rearm the missile, rearm your Polaris with the missiles. But like I said, it's not working. It's not that it's not working properly. The aiming facilities of the tractor beam needs to be adjusted before I can use the missiles. I can move the box around on the MPU tractor, but I can't move the missiles. So I'm going to simulate it by using the hull A. And what I'll have on there is about 28 size 3 missiles and about 28 size 2 missiles, but it's less than that, but you've got an idea, okay? Now, normally I don't buy things in game, but I'm on testing purposes, so I will buy these missiles in game. But when it comes to the PU, I will not be, well, like I said, you don't know. The first thing I'm going to do, I spent 5 minutes commentating. Oh, by the way, I know this is a PU, okay? And it's not easy because I do Death of a Spaceman, okay? Now, somehow, I'm taking it seriously in the PTU. Now, what is Death of a Spaceman? Well, persistence is in the game. It's all about dying and staying alive. I've somehow kind of took it seriously. In the live, I was playing for 2 months, and I hadn't died. Yes, there were glitches where and workarounds. Obviously, there were bugs in the game. You had to make exceptions, like if you go below the planet, or if you're locked into a vicious circle, then yes, you have to backspace. Well, those are the limitations at the end of the day. But if I was to go somewhere and there is a character there going to shoot me, I'm dead. That's it. But that is not the way Death of a Spaceman is intended. Okay? Because in Star Citizens you don't die. Seriously, you don't die. Why? Because a medical bed repairs you and clones you with certain missing parts. Oh, well, guess what? Suppose you lose your head. Well, like I said, at the end of the day, you are cloned with bionic parts and whatnot. The only time the Death of a Spaceman is actually re-commentated, I mean, gone back to normal, is if you do a character reset. That means if you do a character reset, whatever you bought in the game on the insurances and warranty, you get back. Okay? Now that means if you started off with 1 million credits and 15 ships, okay, and you do a character reset, that is what you get back. That is starting again from scratch, because that is what you paid for. Okay? But if you're in game and it's not you die, you have to go back and salvage what you are. And if you're missing an arm, you've got to go to the nearest doctor and get a bionic arm, bionic leg. So basically, as you play the game, your body is decaying, basically, in a manner of speaking. You become less human. Now, to me, that is Death of a Spaceman. I know I've not explained it properly, but that's the best way to look at it at the end of the day. So if you get killed, well, you won't get killed, because that's not the way it's going to be. So you have to go back and retrieve your belongings before somebody else does. Okay, now I've covered that bit. Okay, let's talk about what resolution I am in. But as you can hear, there's no music in the background. PCIG sorted that out. I am now playing at 30 frames per minute native. Okay, and I got frame generation at 240. Okay, now native means if I didn't have frame generation on, you know what 30 frames per minimum would be. I've capped it at that for a reason. Reason being, it gives me redundancy. Yes, I can play with my setup 120 frames per second, etc. You know the score, I don't need to get into all of that. Alright? But capping it from 120 down to 30 frames per second, I have a heck of a lot of redundancy. What that means is I can play in 8K, that's 8K plus, and everything maxed out. You understand that? Okay? Now, that means everything's higher quality. Well, how am I able to have smoothness like this and high quality? Because I am injecting frames. It's not false frames, what everybody says. It's injecting frames. Basically, for every second I'm injecting roughly about 14 frames. Well, it's not, it's less than that actually, about 10 frames. Okay, so injecting 10 frames into 30 is 200, sorry, 10 frames is 300 frames. Well, yes, you got the idea. Alright, so basically 10 frames between every one real frame. Yeah, I know. Right, it's injected basically, because it takes the original and it looks at the last one, and then it's injecting frames through AI to make it original. Now the next thing is, well look, you would then say, well, why have two? I know you can't see the numbers, I get it, okay, because I've not put them on by mistake. So you can say, well, your monitor can only show 120 frames, which is true. If your monitor can only show 120 frames, what is the point of 240 frames? Well, this is where smoothing comes in. Alright? Smoothing takes out the shimmering and so on. Alright? But you have to up over a certain amount of frames. Now, I know you can't see it, so I'm going to have to put the NVIDIA app on. And see if I can get it on that way. I know it's not on because I can actually see it here. I didn't really want to use it really. But if I'm trying to explain something, you do need these settings. Okay. Well, now you can see it's flickering there at the moment. It's not steady. I need to steady it. Right, as you can see, I am showing 240 frames a second. Now, my monitor can only do 120. But what it's doing, it's inducing, it's actually now smoothing out, so I've now got smoothing, okay, making it like it's not a strawberry effect. So you've now got frame generation, you've got latency, and you've got redundancy. But the thing is, to get these high frame rates, you have to cap your main frame rates down to a minimum, but not too low at the end of the day. And then you've got smoothing, and that is what it's all about. It's injecting frames into your native frames and also calibrating the frame rates. But if your graphics card is running at 100%, you will get distortion disturbances artifacts because you're pushing your graphic card above its normal capabilities. So you have to cap your graphics card to its 1% lows or whatever you think. Okay? Now, to prove that, I am going to go a little bit higher because I do have a bit of redundancy of 20%. Before I do that, I just need to clean my RAM. I'm just clearing the RAM first. Right, now if you look, you see on the right hand side I will push my frames to 480. Now that will bring me very close to pushing my graphics cards over 100%, causing shimmering and all the things behind it. Now I am streaming, okay, so these numbers will be a bit difficult, but guess what, I'm using iGPU to take off all the strain off my main graphics card. I am now going to push my main frame rates to 240. By the way, I'm doing this through lossless scaling. I repeat, I'm doing this through lossless scaling because remember, at the moment the NVIDIA app is not working properly with the frame generation and whatnot, and I'm also using DLAA, not the frame generation that is incorporated by the NVIDIA app, because I'm also looking for quality. But like I said, to do that you have to cap your main frame rates. I am capping my frame rates through MSI Afterburner by RebaTuner. Okay, 480. Now this should put me to 100% or just above, and you'll see there will be disturbances. Now I'm now pushing 480 frames. The first thing I can tell you, right, my native has gone down to 26 frames. Okay, it cannot handle it. That means I am pushing over 100% on my graphics card. But if I do this, you can't see, I can see bits of shimmering at the end of the day. Okay, but it is butter smooth. Now if I want to sustain 480 frames, I have to then reduce my frames on my native from 30 frames to the 1% low of 25 frames. Okay, but to make sure I've got redundancy, I will reduce it to 20 frames. But because I'm streaming, you will see the frames go lower, because on the OBS I've not worked out how to make that native yet, because obviously I'm still tuning the PC for my uses at the end of the day. Okay, so now I'm going to cap my native frames, which you can't see, is at the moment on the Afterburner is capped at 30. So I know I'm pushing 100% on my graphics card. It says I should bring it down to 25 frames native, but I am going to pull it down to 20 frames, but what you will see on streaming, it will be like stutters because it's below 30 frames. Anything below 30 frames is not acceptable. 60 frames is acceptable. 120 frames is optimal. Okay, I'm going to go straight down to 20 frames capped. This is not giving any problems on my processor because it's all going through the graphics card. So on the afterburner, the Reaper tuner is native at 30. I'm going down to 20 frames native. It did say 25, but I've played with it enough to understand how the numbers work. You will see the frame stay, but on the streaming you will see it stuttering at 20 frames per second, but because that's native to you see, which is with native stream. Okay, I am now steady at 440 frames. Now to you watching this stream, I can tell you, my eyes, that is disturbing. But when I'm playing in the game here, it is butter smooth. Now I'm going to look on my task manager to confirm I have redundancy between a redundancy of 10%. That means I've got headrooms to do other things. I had a redundancy of 80%. That means I had other things to do, other things. I am going to increase it. No, I'm not. I'm going to see how long I can play at this resolution for. Well, that is how I see it at the end of the day. Okay, I can go to 1000 frames per second. Remember, I'm also in 8K. Okay, if I was doing it in 4K, which everybody's used to, I would be getting ridiculous frames. This is what you call balancing and fine-tuning. In time to come, these guys will be doing variable. Okay, so there's no impact on your graphics card. But I'm telling you at the moment, with smoothing, okay, and frame projection, I am producing 480 frames, but I'm not producing 480 frames. I'm producing 120 frames, and the rest of that is in smoothing, but it's not working in the NVIDIA app. I can see this at the end of the day. What you see is quality. Now I will move on now, okay? It's easier for me to be playing by myself because when I'm playing with my friends or whatnot, I start speaking like them. I get all excited and I'm speaking 100 miles an hour. It's just like if you live in one part of the country, you speak their native language. If you see where I'm coming from. Anyway, let me dress up. I've also noticed other things in this. Your backpack. Watch the backpack, it will not show. But I can get it to show now. Getting dressed is not. It's pretty quick, you know. Once you know what you're looking for. Ah, the backpack's working. Brilliant. Now I can put my stuff on now. You see, that's your backpack. It wasn't working before. I had to actually log out then log back in to show the backpack, but they fixed it. What's missing? This is bloody quick. And one more other thing I would like to mention. I prefer to play in 8K because it's not about the pretty graphics, it's actually about the text at the end of the day. Okay, and when you're actually in game, reading the dashboard and certain elements, that is where the texts come up. See where I'm coming from? The image of the graphics is fine-tuned anyway, because remember, those are moving. I'm going to need bullets. The reason why I need bullets, because I've just discovered certain parts of the game when you go to rob ships, your guns can actually shoot the doors open within reason. At the moment I'm just getting dressed. I did buy these guns yesterday, the repeaters, alright? But they're lasers. I am flying a Polaris capital ship. This is where penetration comes in. I don't need them. Yes, it strips shields like nobody's business, but it's all about the high ships and cannons and whatnot, depending on how I want to use them. I got pointed defenses on my ship. Okay, those can kill ships and shields. If you've noticed, because I'm not actually a murderer, I actually turn off my point of defenses. Not because it's a bug in the game, it's because I'm into exploration and salvaging. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to turn them off. Okay? Because if I turn them on, they will kill the ship, and all I get in the missions is just normal credits. And 9 times out of the 10, I don't do missions that CIG portrays. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm playing the game as the game was intended. You go out there, you find your things. They don't just come out there at the end of the day. It doesn't work that way. Unless somebody's paying you. Yeah, I know. It's a contradiction at the end of the day. Okay? But like I says, I'm trying to use these, but I'm not using it. I prefer to use cannons. And I think I got cannons in here. Yeah, cannons, as you can see. Those are size 3s. I'll be using the size 4 cannons. Sucker punches. Sucker punches, at the end of the day, they shut down components so they can't shoot back. Those work with the cannons. The Polaris is too small. These guns I like using. Okay? They are devastating. Okay? You can aim these at a ship and shoot down their weapons from 6 kilometers away. But at the moment my radar isn't playing fair, but they are slow. But you also have to take into account on the Polaris they've got the same sort of guns that is a lot less in range, but it's just as effective. Okay, so do I need these? I don't really think I do. Okay, that's the only thing that's different. But anyway, now I've done that. Let's see what the redundancy is. Temperatures 51 Celsius. Memory 20. Processor's brilliant. This would actually cause desync. I'm almost sure it would. I am lucky at the moment. I'm using the iGPU to stream my graphics. So it's less impact on my main graphics card. Now before we go any further, while I'm doing the ships, I'm going to want to talk about VR. VR, remember, on a normal monitor, 8K produces a lot of graphics.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
VR is 2 screens. I won't be streaming in 8K when I get my VR. I'll be streaming in 6K. Except I already know, hitting that topic, I've got to explain it very... I have to explain it very carefully because it's all new technology at the end of the day.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Basically, it's like you having 2 monitors, okay? And if your graphic card can't handle it, it's got to play at a lower resolution and so on. But I'm a content creator and a streamer. I will be using 3 screens. 4 screens, sorry. 2 screens for the VR in 6K.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
One stream for you guys that also takes up bandwidth. Yes, it does take up resolution and memory, it does. And one for my monitor at the end of the day, because obviously sometimes when you take off your screen, because you've got to rest your eyes, you still have to see something. So I will be displaying 4 screens at the end of the day. Can my system handle 4 8K screens? No. Yes, depending on how it's configured, because then it comes down to resolution and refresh rates and all them kind of things, and quality. Can it handle 6K all round? Yes. Can it handle 4K? Yes, because that's what you guys are using now, but obviously I'm using Gen 5 equipment. Okay, so I got redundancy. I've only got 48 gigabytes of RAM. That's system's RAM. Is it enough? No, it's not. I've only got 32 gigabytes of video RAM. Is it enough? No, it's not. Right. But because my system is so fast, it creates redundancy. Basically, the graphics card is using Gen 5, okay, and the RAM is DDR7, so it's not 14 blah blah. It's 28 mega transfer. Everything's now mega transfers, okay? It's not megahertz anymore, it's mega transfer. It's how fast the data can be traveled. It's mega transfer, and that's where the bandwidths come in, okay, and the redundancy. So the graphics card on 16 lanes is 28 mega transfers, but the graphics card cannot do 16 lanes, okay, to neutralize. So my graphics card is in Gen 5 on 8 lanes. It's a bit less, but it's sufficient. My RAM is running in gear 4. not gear 2. Okay? Sorry, let me just come out because you'll be looking at the screen. This is how to explain and talk. My memory is running at 9,200 mega transfer in gear 4. Now everybody will say that's brilliant, but no, it's not, because it's running in gear 4, it's running, you have to divide it by 4, so the speed then actually is 2,250 mega transfer in gear 4. Now when you calculate that, it is actually slower than gear 1, which is true. Alright, but my RAM is Gen 5, so it's double that. Okay, you see where I'm coming from? So technically speaking, it's still running at 2,000 mega transfer, but I got redundancy now. I can run more programs at that speed. Star Citizens is not running at 2,000 mega transfer. It's got all these little modules inside that uses these, what they call it, and obviously that is why Star Citizens can run in gear 4 at less speed, because it doesn't need all those, it doesn't need the high speed. It needs to be able to run at its efficiency at the end of the day. It's called redundancy. Gear 2, okay, right, at 9,000 mega transfer, now it would be 4,500, 4,600 mega transfer. That is faster than gear 1, because remember, gear 1 is the old DDR4, we're using DDR5. You got redundancy, you got the higher clock speed, but the redundancy is not as much. Star Citizens doesn't need the high clock speed. Yes, this is the truth, it does not need it, because it's got all these modules running inside it. I have run Star Citizens in gear 1 on my old PC at 2,000, call it 3,000 mega transfer. It works perfectly fine, but I've got to reduce the quality of the graphics and all them things, because obviously there's not enough cores, there's not enough lanes. So when you go back now to lanes, okay, we are talking the RAM now. Alright, I am running in gear 4, okay, of 9,200 mega transfer divided by 4. It is slower than gear 1. It is slower than gear 2. Okay, but it's got the redundancy of 4 times gear 2. So basically, if you can run one program in gear 2, you can run 4 programs in gear 4. You see where I'm coming from? So you're running more programs, and that's what's happening at the moment when you see this. CIG has got all these small programs running in different modules, so you get the overhead and the smoothness. That is understanding Star Citizens. I am not talking about any other game. I am talking about Star Citizens, okay? But there is not enough people out there that understand the Gen 5 tech. I'm not talking AMD, I'm talking Intel. That is why you see these ridiculous frame rates and whatnot, because it's taking parts from one part of the program or one part of the PC and running it on another PC. Okay, now remember, at the end of the day, if I was running in gear 2 at 9,000 mega transfer, the processor cannot handle it. It's like a frying pan. things start getting hot and then starts to throttle. And that's why Gear 4 is better for Star Citizens, because the redundancy is there. In Gear 2, it can only run so much. In Gear 4, it can run 4 times as much at the end of the day. But because of the way Star Citizens is programmed, you don't need those high clock speed. You need the redundancy, because Star Citizen has got so much modules. Look at all these things you see in front of you. Those are all modules. Sound, quality, graphics, they're all modules. Alright, let's go one step further. Everybody is using SSD. We all know SSD is fast. Most of you today are using the Samsung. Everyone knows about the Samsung 990 Pro, so we'll look at that as the middle ground. Okay, everybody is using the Samsung 990 Pro. Okay, but we're going to talk about Gen 4 old tech. Alright, that runs at 7,000 mega transfer in 4 lanes. We all understand that, and that is sufficient. I'm not going to get too technical in that, okay, because it's a lot more than that. You've all heard of RAID, and you've all heard the bad things of RAID. I'm not going to even get into that, because that is all a myth. At the end, I have been using RAID for nearly over 10 years and longer than that, and it's not the way it is. Most of you are using software RAID. If you remember the X299 motherboards, you have to buy a special chip to get hardware RAID. Okay, it's the same thing. Hardware RAID is totally different from software RAID. Don't care what anyone says, I've run them both at the end of the day. So I use hardware RAID. I'm trying to go forward but not too fast. Let's go back to the Samsung 990 Pro. Top speed 7,000 mega transfer, if you want to argue the point. I am using, now let's go RAID. I am using, if you're using RAID, the Samsung 990 Pro, and you put 3 drives in there, okay, in theory that speed is now running at 21,000 mega transfer, not 7,000 mega transfer. Okay, and that is fast because your processor can handle it. But at the end of the day, it's only using 4 lanes. You remember your system's using 4 lanes, but because I'm now using 3 990 Pros, okay, of the Samsung, I'm using 12 lanes. Can you see the highway there now? So data can travel a lot quicker. So you've not got no stuttering and loading effects. Okay, that's 21 mega transfer in RAID 0, not RAID 5, not RAID 3, not RAID 1, RAID 0. I'm not going to go in all this rubbish about if one frame dies and whatnot. I'm not going into that because it comes down to reliability, comes down to warranty. That's another topic. But yes, you can now get and transfer data at a read and write speed, technically, at 21 mega transfer. It's not as fast as RAM, technically. Okay, I'm not going to go into generation, Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, Gen 4, Gen 5. It'll get too technical. Alright, but that's Gen 4 speed. So as you can see, what it's doing, it's loading data from the SSD drive. Alright, and it's instant. But remember, I'm running faster than that. But your drives will get hot, which is understandable. If you're using one drive, SSD drive, it's like a frying pan, and that is what you all are using. Now me, I am not using Samsung 990 Pro. I am using Samsung 9100 Pro. Okay, that transfers 14 mega transfer. Remember, the new language now is not megahertz, it's mega transfers now, because that fits into everything. That's 14,000 mega transfer in 4 lanes in Gen 5. Alright, that's twice as fast as Gen 4. Okay, you understand that? But I'm using 3 9100 Pro in Gen 5. Now if I'm using 3 of those, I'm using 12 lanes, not 4 lanes. Can you see how quick the data is now traveling? Remember, Star Citizens is all these small programs, and they have to get the data coming through. The drives get hot. I'm not going to go into any cooling or anything like that because my PC is balanced. So you've got no hitching at the end of the day. It's like a super highway. So now I am now got data transferring at the end of the day. Not that 7,000 mega transfer in Gen 4. I have got 44,000 mega transfer of data traveling in Gen 5 of RAID 0 9990 Pro. It's not as fast as RAM, but it's almost on a one-to-one basis, okay, of the bandwidth of the motherboard. I'm not talking about the heat or anything like that at the end of the day. But guess what? Then it can't travel that quick. You need paging file at the end of the day, okay? So it stores it in a buffer, okay? Because remember, all this data has to go through to the graphics card. Remember, the graphics card is 22,000 megatransfer. Remember, it's DDR7, not DDR6, not DDR4. You see where we come? Because remember, each generation the memory trebles. Okay. Now, because the RAM at the end of the day is only going through 2 lanes. It gets technical at the end of the day. Not all the RAM can travel from the SSD to the graphics card through the RAM, because everything is fed through the RAM. So there's going to be latency, there's going to be bandwidth reduced. It gets complicated, but remember, there is no loading screen, there's no hitching, there's no stuttering, there's none of this lot, because my SSD is 8 times faster than the 990 Pro, because I'm using RAID 0 in the 9900 Pro in Gen 5. Now I'm using the Intel. The first thing you guys are going to say, well look, if you're using 4 SSDs, that's 16 lanes. 4, 8, that's 12 lanes. And you're using the 5090 graphics card of 16 lanes, that's more than 20 lanes. That is correct. You're right, it is. And it's all Gen 5. It is true. But remember, the graphics card cannot use the full native bandwidth of the Gen 5 lanes of 16 lanes. I'm using 8 lanes by bifurcation. So you add 8 lanes and the 12 lanes of the the Samsung Galaxy, the Samsung 9100 Pro, you get 20 lanes. It is fully now populated, but it doesn't stop there. Remember, the bandwidth of the RAM, so the SSD, is faster than the RAM. It can't go through all that channel. What do I mean by that? If you've got your graphics card and everything going through your RAM at 9000, it will bottleneck, because everything can't go through 9200 mega transfer. Yes, it's got high bandwidth. It cannot do it. Remember, 9,200 mega transfer, and your SSD is 44,000 mega transfer. That's why we have the paging file, but it still cannot do it. Well, guess what? You've got direct memory access. What is direct memory access? It's something that's incorporated by Windows, but it's not incorporated by Star Citizens in the programming engine. And what this does, direct memory access, it transfer, instead of the SSD going through the RAM, which is slower, it's actually going directly through to the RAM on the graphics card. Okay, not all of it, because remember, it's roughly about 22. I can't remember the exact numbers. I'd have to run the numbers. I think it's DDR7 on the graphics card, and the SSD is DDR5. You can see it's actually 4 times 4 times 4, and that is how it will be. But me using AI, it actually gave me the script to put the script in the command prompt, and then direct it into CIG's cab file or whatever. So I am now got the files at the end of the day. You see, now at the end of the day, this is not proven because I'm only one person, and at the end of the day, if 50 men comes up to you and said that's not the way it's supposed to be done, you're going to listen to majority. But where did they get their information from? They listened to somebody else because they did not understand the technology, and because that person did not do their referencing properly, they all copied everybody. But if you look and you see what you see here, 450 frames, which can go higher, capped at native at 20 frames, that's because I've done my research. Remember, not everybody understands the latest tech out there because it's too expensive. Now, if I was to run my RAM, that is now at 9,200 mega transfer in Gear 4, and I was to run it at, say, standard 8,000 mega transfer in Gear 4, it would not run, it would hitch, because there will be bottleneck at the end of the day. It gets complicated, but remember, I did the research before I bought my equipment, but it's took me months to understand and program it so it's to these capabilities. We've all heard about the Nvidia and AMD. You've all heard about that, but it's not working. Star Citizens is not working, but I heard about lossless scaling. So I'm using lossless scaling with the Nvidia app and Star Citizens and everything I've learned. Okay, but because it's so powerful, you've got to cap everything. I remember when I first started playing Star Citizens, people used to take the piss out of me. You know what? Pepper's spent all this money on this graphics card and he's only running it at 30 frames per second. You know what I mean? Because I knew it wouldn't work. It was doing daft things. I'm now running at 20 frames per second at 500 frames per second. But I'm not going to go through all of that. Alright? Now, I've been talking to my friends. They're not tech wizards, but because I've been repeating it so many times, even if they don't believe it, they say that's not the way it works because this and that person says it's not worked. Ask them where they got their information from. They copied other people. I've copied people. Okay? I'm not going to mention any names, and every time I copy them, right, my system breaks down. Literally breaks down. Okay? Because my PC is all the latest tech and it's too powerful. I'm using 24 fans in this, running at 3,000 frames per minute. It's like a bloody free. I'm not going to get into all of that because it's all to do with cooling at the end of the day, and it's not native cooling, it's passive cooling. Because anyway, as you can see, just look What I know you can't see it properly because I'm streaming through OBS and I've not tuned in OBS properly. But if you understood, you could, and you've got, but you haven't got the equipment I've got. You haven't, okay? And everybody's now going to Pimax because they copied everybody else. Yeah, because idiots like me told you Pimax is the best. It was the best, okay? Because it's using Tobii eye tracking. It's using native, yes. But if your PC can't go that low, it doesn't make sense. Basically, Pimax can go down to 9 milliseconds, but your system cannot go down to 9 milliseconds. You see where I'm coming from? It's roughly about 18 milliseconds. The Samsung Galaxy XR is stated at 60 no, we won't use the Samsung, we'll use the MetaQuest. It's down to roughly about, say, 60 milliseconds, and it cuts down at the end of the day, because remember, the MetaQuest doesn't use Wi-Fi 7. It doesn't use direct, it goes through all of that at the end of the day. Well, I have got it down, the Samsung Galaxy XR, I've got it down to 25 milliseconds. I've not got the bloody equipment yet. You see what I'm coming? So you can say, well, how can I'm not going to spend £2,000 on equipment on a myth. I will do my numbers and I will run them based on what I already know. And then when those numbers are guaranteed, then I will invest my money. There's no point in me turning around and spending £2,000, because that's how these companies are making money. They're making money from people's mistakes, and you can't return it. So you need facts, you need hard evidence. I'm not using the Pimax because at the end of the day, you need the memory. 32 gigabytes of memory cannot run the Pimax, okay, unless you've got fast hardware. It cannot do it. You need 64 gigabytes of memory. You need the bandwidth at the end of the day. You need this, you need that. I told these guys months before all this happened, okay. Pimax is brilliant, but you haven't, the hardware is not there to run it, okay. They went and bought the Pimax, and when they bought it, they had to upgrade their RAM. Which is true. They had to upgrade their RAM. They had to upgrade their, as you can see, they needed faster RAM, they needed more RAM, because Pimax needs 64 gigabytes of RAM to run it, and your processor has to be over a certain speed to run it. Now what Pimax is now doing, you can run your Pimax on a 2090. It is true, you can. But did they tell you that they was using Gen 5? Did they tell you what RAM they was using? Did they tell you this? Did they tell you that? No, they did not. But you've gone out and there, you've now gone and bought it. You've got to run your system on a 1080p system at the end of the day. You know what I mean? I've seen all these tests, and it's true because I ran the test beforehand. But when I get my system, it will be running in 6K. It's not proven I can do it in 8K, okay? But it says it can do it, but I haven't got proof. But I have got proof it can run in 6K, 4 screens. Why? Because you got photorealistic rendering. Why? Because I'm running in Gen 5. Why? Because I've got redundancy. Why? Because I've got the fast, as you can see. Anyway, I'm going to spend the next half an hour now pimping the ship. This is just loading the ships now.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Now, normally I use AI to do all of this, but my friend was getting annoyed because it was repeating the same thing over and over again, which I understand. But if you notice, I'm only human, I can't multitask. So I've had to stop, run around in circles and talk at the same time. But you guys didn't want to talk about tech talk. You guys I want to watch what's advertised. Stealth testing, Polaris radar, ship stealing, weapons and armor. I cannot do all of that in one take. It's impossible. Alright? But I've gathered enough information so I can run it in the live, because remember, I do permadeath.
Thanks, visitors.
Okay?
Goodbye.
And that goes above everything.
Welcome.
So
to the
when I go
new
live,
retrieval system.
I will do things a lot slower. But how long will it take me to set up all of this when I go live? This is what I'm doing here right now. Because the first day, you cannot go out and fly a capital ship just like that. It takes hours of prep. And then when you're taking the hours of prep, you don't want it to lose it within 5 minutes, because it's another 2 hours, couple of days of setting up again. That's where permadeath comes in. So you've got to plan everything and make sure you've got everything ready. And you're not going to be going anywhere where your ship is going to be blown up. You're not going to be putting people on your capital ship unless it's just standard. You see where I'm coming from? But me, I've got 2 of everything. So I can use one to play the game, and I can use the other one for my permadeath. But if I'm doing permadeath, like I said, it's all a heck of a lot of work. Now for me to do all this, of all the ships, this is the PTU. I've got about the same amount of ships in the PU. And this takes me about 5 to 10 minutes. All this is critical timing, because remember, I'm a content creator and a streamer. You don't want to see all this shit. The proper content creating streamer, they edit. I am a role player. I do connecting role play. I use my streaming as references to learn. So basically, when I'm doing 14 and 15 hours, I can timestamp it. Okay, so if I need to see anything and something goes wrong, I can go back on it and look on it. In the early days, I used to go through every ship and run every ship, what sits fits. I don't need to do that now. I can look at a ship and I can tell you what fit sits just because of its size and its measurements, and a heck of a lot more. And also with the guns too, I can tell you what will penetrate and what won't. I'm still doing tests at the end. I used to be brilliant with missiles, but like I said, it's hard. I would love to use the MPUV tractor, alright, but like I said, they have to sort out the tractor, because by rights, that is an all-in-one, what do you call them, Swiss Army knife tool for its role. But I can't use it. I have to leave the ship. It has been strenuous in the PTU, because as you know, in the PTU, the CIG has to do updates, and when they do updates, it wipes everything. And their test and their program is totally different from mine. Everybody is working with CIG, and I'm the odd one out at the end of the day. I'm not making a difference, because they want the game out, okay? But I am making a difference for me, because I'm doing what nobody else can do, permadeath. You tell me, do you know anybody that is playing with one character for nearly 2 months that hasn't died? You can't. But because of that, I've had to fine tune my roleplay, because that is the way the game will be at the end of the day. You won't be going out there blowing up your ship and doing all of this. You will not be doing it. And people will not be letting you on your ship unless you've got the qualifications. Because when people get up spite, there's so much micromanagement, insults, spite and everything. But remember, you're the one that spent your money on the game. You're the one that put your time into it. And then for someone there to come and do all these kind of things isn't nice. I'm going to use morphologists. I like taking the piss out of him. I've got nothing against him. You remember him? Right, he's an architect. We all know he's an architect. Now please don't take it the wrong way. I'm not bad-mouthing. I'm just going to use him as an example. He's out there promoting Star Citizens, okay? He takes great pride in his work. He spends hours and hours and hours streaming and setting up. But because everybody knows him, okay, they see his stream. And he's got all these people on his stream. Okay, and he needs, what they call it, if you look at me, I haven't got anybody on my, what they call it, string sniping comes in. It's his own friends that are string sniping him, blows him up, he gets upset. And because of this, one day he really got upset, and then another streamer slagged him down. He lost his confidence. But this is what I mean, this is the game at the end of the day. Okay, he does most of his tests on his own, and then he goes streaming.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
And then they
system.
blow it up, and all he's doing is showing content. But if he was smart, he would have understood at the end of the day. Just like in real life, you don't go nowhere without having protection. You don't go anywhere where you're not sure. Death of a spaceman at the end of the day. Okay? And he's never been the same since. Because at the end of the day, he's a content creator. He makes money at the end of the day through Star Citizens or whatever. But Star Citizens, they got it wrong. I'm not saying he complained, but Star Citizens is also at fault. Because people stream snipe. They've got no right to go and ban people because they stream snipe. Because it's all advertisement at the end of the day. They should not do it. The content creators should bring out their safety guards to protect themselves. Because remember, just like Star Citizens, they get paid. The content creators don't want to pay anybody. Just like Star Citizens don't want to pay. Yeah, and you know, at the end of the day, they want everything for themselves. So they suffer the consequences. Remember, at the end of the day, this world at war. If you go to another country that's at war, you know you're going to get shot. There's no diplomatic immunity. You will get shot because you're in the red light area. And they won't let you go. You know the risks. Okay? But this is a game. So you complain to Star Citizens. I was stream sniped. Okay? So guess what? CIG goes and bans this person. And guess what? They've got it wrong 9 times out of 10. They were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. In my game, I welcome string sniping. Yeah, I do. Do I condole it? Yeah, I do. Why? Because I'm learning from them. What have I learned? I won't go certain places, so I can't be string sniped. I'm always learning. I've created latency on my PC, so I can't be string sniped. I'm not going to go into all of that. And if I'm going somewhere else, I make sure I've got a strong ship. I've got people on my ship at the end of the day. Because remember, when the game goes live, there are no limitations. You are on your own. Okay? So these content creators have to understand this at the end of the day. You spend your money, you have to be prepared. It is not down to CIG at the end of the day. It is down to you and your capabilities. I have been playing this game 10 years and I stream. Yes, it's not as bad as it used to be. I agree. but you do have the little tits. But if you think you know everything, you don't know shit. You got people coming into the game. Well, this game can run on an Xbox, but when I'm playing Star Citizens, I can't run it because you don't understand the terminology. You only know what people tell you, and it's wrong. If you want to play Star Citizens, okay, one of the best, most ambitious game out there, you have to spend your money. Now, okay, I tell you what, you're not going to believe this. If I want to play Star Citizens at this quality,
Goodbye.
okay, did you know it's pulling 1,000 kilowatts from the wall? How much is my electric bill? And I'm paying for 18 hours a day. I can't go and tell Star Citizens to cut down their, what they call it. I want the quality. I can't go to the electric board and tell the quadruple I want electric bill. They'll laugh you out. This because you're going to look stupid. You see where I'm coming from? All these things. Because I remember when I first came to Star Citizens, okay, when the ships, right, used to blow up or whatnot. No, seriously, people used to go and tell CIG they want a refund on credits, AUC credits. You know what I mean? Because they lost their credits for a 50k crash. 30k crash. Well, they wanted a refund. This is how pathetic it was. It was stupid. Literally stupid, because they didn't have a brain, because they heard their friend and they want a string say, well, I've just had a 30k crash, I'm going to put a ticket in, I want my credits back. The game's in alpha. This is how stupid people are, because they don't know. And because of this, the game cannot be developed. I learned a valuable lesson. You can't help certain people. I was Pt5. I put a heck of a lot of hours. As you can see, I spent 14 hours. I can't read or write. Yes, I can at the end. I got AI now to help me do things. And somebody came out advertising AI. I mean, Toby. And because I'd already done my research months beforehand, I knew there was a flaw in the system. I'm not going to go into detail. But one of my streams went out by mistake. Exhaustion time. It was hours before I notified it. But because this guy was losing money, he turned it around and got me banned. Okay? It was one of the most pathetic, stupid things I was using as an example. But that's not the point at the end of the day. I learned from that. I want to be Pt5, but guess what? It's not all it's hyped out to be. Spending your money to finance a game that you can't enjoy. Insulted, humiliated and dictated to is not fun. But because of that, I'm now going back and doing what I do. Yes, I still like playing Star Citizens, and I'm not going to stop playing Star Citizens, but now because of this, no one's going to tell me how much to spend on ships. I've not spent money on ships in 4 years because of this. Okay? My PC is now spent on hardware. Okay? And I enjoy every minute of it. And now, I'm not advertising Pimax. Yes, I was pushing Pimax. But I know there's flaws in the system. I know there's flaws in the Tobii eye tracking. But because I was Pt5 and because I was so high, I was threatened. I'm going to show you something about Tobii eye tracking. Did you know that Tobii eye tracking's got an image camera in it? Did you know that? Well, I'm telling you straight now. It has. Alright? All eye tracking has got an imaging camera, but you can't see it. You're going to turn around and say, it's not a problem. You're not doing anything. But when you're not aware of something, you are doing something. You remember MetaQuest Pro, when they started with their displaying their data and the cameras? With the cameras, they have to have red lights to show that it's on, so you know something's red light, something's blue light. Well, I'm telling you, the Tobii eye tracking is the same. but it's in black and white. But because we use Windows, you don't see it unless you are using Windows Hello. Alright? Now, everybody's got these big long bars in front of them. You cannot see because you're not aware of it. But if you was to go into a Gemini app through BlueStack, you will see it. Now, some people don't wear clothes. Me, I'm in my boxers all day. I won't tell you blah blah blah, or I could be doing things in the other side of the room with the missus and whatnot. If your Tobii Eye is on, it sees the full image. You didn't know that. I know that, but I can't tell people that because I have to show them proof. I have shown proof to certain people, okay, in black and white images, alright? But at the end of the day, if you knew that, you would not buy your Tobii Eye tracking. You wouldn't buy it. Because remember, the image is looking at you at the end of the day. And if it can show an image clear as daylight as you and your kids and whatnot, but you're not being aware, that's down to influence of your rights. And there is a law against it. But that is the reason why I was hushed. Because I am into technology and I understand about programming, infrared, anything that shows an image you can see. That is Tobii Eye tracking. Alright, Tobii Eye tracking is in VR now. Okay, it works the same way, but it works in the opposite. But they're not advertising it. Because remember, if you want to see it, go into Android, get a Gemini, another software outside Windows, and you will see the image of, yeah, you are now shocked. Okay, you're running around in your birthday suit and you've got that shit hanging down there and it's all over the world. But no, it's not at the end of the day because it's not shown like that. But it's there. But if you was aware of it, you wouldn't use it. Guess what? Tobii's now losing money. I'm not badmouthing them because I swear by them. I am into all this bullshit. Okay, it's for immersion, but I've learned how to use it at the end of the day. But I cannot tell you how to use it because they don't want these things publicized. Remember, that is an infrared image a meter away from my sitting position. But if I was to get up, okay, past eye level, now remember I'm sat down. Okay, that's eye level, so you're 3 feet or 2.5 feet above the ground. You're standing up. Where's your waistline? Now look at these women now using these imaging sensors. They're showing their boobs. Yeah, and yeah, as you can see, when you look into it technical, it comes down to data protection. Okay, I'm not because I love my immersion. I do. I know how to use it, but you guys don't know how to use it because you're not aware of it. It's like you're going outside and a blind man's walking across the road and there's a hole in the road. That's why they got canes to form their way through. You see, there is so much I know at the end of the day.
To the ASOP
okay,
retrieval system.
And you have to protect yourself because there are scammers out there want to make money out of you. All these content creators and streamers, believe me, trust me, okay, how many of them are real? You get people turning around and say they're not getting paid from Pimax. They are getting paid from Pimax. They just looked at a workaround. Pimax sends them the crystal free of charge. They advertise it. Pimax gets money. Guess what? You want to look at Pimax. Okay, Pimax is giving them commission for every unit that's being sold. Guess what? They're getting commission for their YouTube. They are getting commission at the end of the day. Now, if you look at most of these people, you think they've got the top-notch stuff like I've got? No, they have not, because the money's not that much. Look how many Star Citizens fans, okay, I won't mention names again, have given up on all of this because they're not making any money. because they listen to the hype. I play Star Citizens. I make money from Star Citizens, but I don't make money from Star because I'm not selling Star Citizens. Okay? I play the game because I love the game. I play the game for 18 hours because I love the game. It costs me a lot of money to play 18 hours a day. Imagine it. 1 kilowatt an hour for 18 hours. That's 18 kilowatts. How much is 1 kilowatt? Look at an electric heater. That's 1 kilowatt. You're not going to burn a 1 kilowatt heater all day in one room. Can you see where I'm coming from? Now they're starting to advertise motion simulators. You don't want a motion simulator, okay? Because the motion simulator's got all these motors in there. They can burn 2 kilowatts an hour, okay? And then you've got your PC running 1 kilo. That's 3 kilowatts an hour. Now times that on 10 hours, that's 30 kilowatts. Times that on 18 hours, that's 40. That's 30 kilowatts. As you can see, you need a nuclear reactor to run it at the end of the day. They don't advertise these things. But that is what it's all about. You got people using 2 monitors, 3 monitors. Okay? It burns power. Because they don't know. Well, where does VR come into it? VR, yes, if you want to do, I'll do a comparison now with VR and a TV monitor. I've got a 65-inch monitor. Alright? My 65-inch monitor runs 300 watts an hour. The VR only uses 65 watts an hour. Times that by 10 hours, times that by 16 hours, you can see the difference. You can actually pay for your VR within a couple of months, couple of weeks, couple of years. But it still doesn't stop the fact, because obviously to run that VR, you need a 5090. You see? If you don't do your number crunching, you don't know. And this is what it's all about. Look at all these data centers. Why are they trying to make the processor run on low power? Because the data centers saying, well, look, these processors are too much. They need redundancy to cut it down. Alright? Because remember, it's the data centers at the end of the day that are buying these chips. And if Intel don't make these chips, at the end of the day, you lose a big chunk of their money. It's not us gamers at the end of the day that are buying these, because we can use these chips, and we can use these chips and have the same chip for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. They don't make money from us. They make it from the data center. Look at the AI, okay? They bought out all the bloody chips at the end of the day. So guess what? If we want it, we have to pay for it. They don't give a shit about people on the AI technology, because the data centers are who they're catering for, because that's what keeps them running. If you don't understand the logistics at the end of the day, blah blah blah. Just before the AI boom came out, did you know you could have had the latest PC Gen 5 like what I've got there for £1,000? You didn't need a 5090. All you needed was the Gen 5 with the iGPU and all of this. I'm telling you straight. Even the RAM, oh my word. But if I was to go and build that same PC today, it would cost me £3,000 without the graphics card to have this. Why? Because the motherboard has gone up, because of the AI. The SSDs, believe me or not, the same SSD that was 200 quid in scan is now 400-500 quid. That's the SSD. I'm not lying. Look at the RAM, which was 270 quid, is now nearly 900 quid. That's how ridiculous it's gone. Will it come down? No, it won't. You have to find other ways. I found other ways. I'm not upgrading my PC. I will upgrade my PC, but I'm upgrading in a different way. There's no point me turning around and saying I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that at the end of the day. because that's not the way technology works. Just give me a minute. I'm back. Anyway, I'm out of breath. Did you know, believe it or not, because of technology, did you know we're slightly going into a recession? But they have to inject money into the system so we don't go into recession because of the technology that we have today. Remember, food, transportation, and all these things has an effect. I'm all old school, so I do a lot of bookkeeping and researching because of my age, and I've seen how things have developed over the years. Okay? And there's not very many people. In our days, you had think tanks. That means you had to look into the future and plan things before things, what if, but maybe. I'm one of them people. Okay? But the way I speak is not the way it is at the end of the day. It's just like a blind man. They've got six senses. I've got a sixth sense. I am deaf. Here, you heard right. I'm deaf. I'm literally deaf. Why? Because I wear headphones all bloody day. So I'm deaf. Because I have to have sound to play this game. I get up in the morning, I've got to put my headphones on, because if I don't, I'm keeping everybody awake. And then all of a sudden somebody comes in Discord, they start shouting, they pop out my ears. I'm 85% deaf. What's the point I'm coming from? My neighbours, I don't mean anything by it, they're fighting like cat and dog. I don't hear them fighting. I literally don't hear them fighting. But I feel the vibrations. You see, with doors slamming, when they're shouting, just like sound, it vibrates at the end of the day. Everybody has a sixth sense. I am deaf. Okay, that's because of old age and whatnot. Alright, I've gone to the doctors, I've had my ears cleaned out. It's making no difference. What's caused it? I've got fans in here. I've got 21 fans running at full blast at 3,000 reps per minute. I'm using noctuas. You heard right. And it's sat right there in front of me. I'm deaf. Alright? I can hear when people talk. Okay? If I was to wear hearing aids now, I have to take them off because it deafens me. I can't wear hearing aids. Okay? But if the door knocks or you got thunder or whatnot, I sense the vibration, and I'm saying to people, did you hear that? They can't hear shit because they've not got the sixth sense of the vibration which I've adapted. It all sounds stupid, I agree, but this is how the human body works, and you can't ignore it at the end of the day because that is a fact of life.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
You guys there's a lot of people that fly. You know, when you go past a certain altitude, your ears pop and all things sound louder. That's air pressure. All them kind of things. The first thing I'm going to do, I love my tachyon beams. I still haven't programmed them in yet. Wait a minute. Something's changed here. I've gone into systems. Let's forget about systems for a minute. Just let me get these weapons out first. Now you see these weapons, they're brilliant. Now, I don't go nowhere without the weapons. Why? Because they do splash. They go through shields and they take down shields. But I've only got one ship. I should actually go and buy another brand new defender. So I've got 8 of them. But because I'm in my ship all by myself 9 times out of 10, I only need 4. But I want to look at this. I don't understand this. This has changed. No, just give me a minute. I just need to understand what's going on here. I know it hasn't changed, but something told me, because you got the shooker runs, you got the beacon. What? Okay, I got a beacon. gone iron burst. Wait a minute, no. Ah, that is supposed to say power plant. Then when these say power plant, it's supposed to list all the power plants. No, these are coolers. Am I right? These are coolers. Alright, we know that. So that is supposed to, these are supposed to say coolers. Now these are power plants. It's not supposed to show the name of the power plant because it's got it there already. I have to go back to the live and do a comparison on this. But at the end, I get it. But if they've done changes like that, what else have they changed? Ah, the radar. Now we are talking. Now, I have been looking in the Urkel, okay? These radars, you can't buy them in the shops, I don't think, or can you? We can take these radars out and swap them around. Now if you look in the Urkel, they've got different ranges. The question, do they work? Okay. Let's have a look at the F8 Lightnings. No, we'll go Mercury Star Runner. So we should be able to swap the radars, not just for combat. If we wanted to search for asteroids and stuff like that, depending on what's on the MFD, we can use them. Now I did hear someone say that these radars are being sold in the shops, but they wasn't functionable. But they're damn well functionable here. Okay, Let's go to the size 3 ships. I will use which I'm using ships that I know. Where is my carrack? There's the carrack. Wait a minute. The carrack's only got size 2 radars. Are they sure about that? Oops. How come it's an explorer? I always thought the carrack had a size 3 radar. Okay, let's look at the F8 Lightning then. What radar's that got? It's got size 1 radar. Okay, let's look at the Hammerhead. Size 2 radars. Alright, okay. Well, what ship has size 3 radars then? $890 jump. $890 jump. Alright, the Apollo. That's a search and rescue. Alright, let's look at the hull A, hull B. Hull C, sorry. Those won't be size 3, those will be size 2s. Right, so I can pull these radars off those ships. Let's go to the mole. Let's go to the Polaris. Oh, okay. It's not showing the Polaris. Right, so basically, the radars are not properly in the game yet, but there are ships that take size 2s, but there are no ships out there that does size 3s. And the ship that should be doing size 3s is the Apollo and the Mercury. Look at the Mercury. Alright. Now it has been stated that the Polaris is definitely size 4. I have to go right through my old database and find out. No, the Carrack is size 3. I'm sure of it. Because it's an Explorer. And they've got them antennae there to go with it. The Guardian. Industrial. So why has it got an industrial? Ah, you know, like I says, I can't commentate. And focus on what matters. Signatures and emission detection that works where you need it. So that one does signatures, alright, and emissions. And I bet that's the reasons why I couldn't get my missiles to work. Have we got any Furies out there? Hammerhead. They work on signatures and emissions. They're industrial too. I thought they were combat. Advanced signature detection. I am going to have fun with these missiles. I mean, radars. Let's go back to the 890 jump. It sounds like they're a long way off on the radar. Long way off. And the reason why I know this, I've got every ship out there. And radars is something I've always specialised in. Not say I know everything about it, I don't. But I know the basics. This hasn't got a radar. Why? It's not got a radar. I've not had breakfast yet, you know. Now, the way I see how these radars will work, you can put the right size radars on there, but if you're looking for things like, so this guy here, if you're looking for things like mining equipment, you can't detect. Military. But wait a minute. Who's to say a ship can't have more than one radar? Just get my breakfast out and have an egg and toast because it's a bit late for my breakfast at the moment. Now, there was a place that sold the radars. Anyway. I'd have to go into the Urkel. Get the right radars. Why are there no size 3 radars? Anyway, that's taking too long. I've got things to do. Have I equipped my Polaris yet? No, I haven't. It's strongly on my radar. Yeah, you get it. Anyway, let's do the weapons next. One, two, three, four. Man torrent. these should actually be on the sides, okay? And why I say on the sides, because they're not long range, but you need 2 people to fire them, because it gives you full coverage. Because they take down shields, take down weapons, and also components. It does everything. But you do need a crew of 3 to use these. And that's why I stuck them on the remote. And it's not everybody's kettle of fish, because they don't understand how they work. Basically, everybody's used to, you put your finger on the button and you keep your finger there until the ship disappears. These, you have to time the shots with pinpoint accuracy. But they can be used to sustain fire, to track down your opponents at the end of the day. I haven't had time to do that in the key bindings. Which I don't have a choice, I have to have it done. They are brilliant weapons. The first time I saw them since I call them tachyon beams, okay? That's what they are. The first time I saw them was on the merchantman. Anything with brand new technology, I'm all for it. Including the shields. Right, now, as I have been saying, we're going to the last set of weapons. I have been heavily working on these, not these, I don't like them, I'm sorry, I don't personally like them. I have been working on those, okay? Those are ballistic cannons. Now remember, cannons are very slow, okay? They are very, very, very slow. But the reason why I like these, it's got a range of 6 kilometers, one of the longest in the game. Alright, and they're very good. They're slow, but if you put 4 of them on together, they are devastating. But just like all weapons, they diminish, and because they're slow, you miss. Now I did try using them at the end of the day with other people, but they got to use these with respect, because refueling and rearming is not in the game. So you have to use them cautiously. And in my type of role play, I'm not allowed to go back to base unless it's catastrophic. Now, you have those. Those are brilliant. The hit rates on those are fantastic. They can shred shields like nobody's business. But remember, they are laser. They are not cannons. So when it goes down to the hull, they are not as strong. Right? They are not as strong. But these are now, when the shields are stripped, they're devastating. But you've got to strip the shields first. Now, how would these be used? Because you can't strip the shields that quick. And at the moment, I've not tested these properly, but the figures say yes, use them. but I've got to take them off ships. I've got 15 and I need 8. Starfarer. Corsair's got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll take them off what I can. The 890 jump. I'm sure there's a bug on the 890 jump, you know. The 890 jump and the Hercules. You see, the 890 jump to me personally, it's a dead ship. It's always been. I only bought that ship because my friends wanted it. They could actually bring missions in for the 890 jump. All they have to do is just get people to walk on the ships. CIG was supposed to put quad-size free guns on this. They never did. So they can't, the way I understand that they can't put quad-size fours on this, they can. It's not a battleship. It's not supposed to go where it's not supposed to be. But they try to state it as a combat surveillance ship at the same time. Like I said, we're going back years. I didn't know these had size 7 guns. That's because I don't fly it, you see, that's why. I need 2 more. Weapons. wait a minute. Let's work this out. The cannons can't strip the ship, but the repeaters can strip the shields. And if the repeaters can strip the shields, the repeaters cannot go through the hull, but they can still hit the components. I mean the guns. Okay, I got it now. I can mix and match them, not on the same, what they call it. They both do two different jobs. What I'm trying to say is, on the Polaris, okay, the cannons will deal solid damage on big ships, on the hull, okay, but you can't strip the shields quick enough. But the other ships, just let me just get the damn ship out, let's show you what I mean. And I don't think it's a good idea mix and matching these unless it's the same speed. Okay. Now I'm going to go into the weapons. As I says, I'm not really fond of the repeaters because at the end of the day, they have a lower hit point. Okay, but let me just just shut up and get the bloody guns out. Right. Now remember, I'm not combat, okay? Where these bloody, yeah, don't like them, that's me, okay? There's two types of those. Those will strip down the shields, alright? They have got brilliant firepower, but I don't believe they are good on the hull. Yes, on a lower ship, at the end of the day, it can go through the hull, no problems, alright? So, when the shields are down, and you can strip the shields down quick enough, you can use the guns on these to shoot down the weapons on the ship, including the point of defense. That's okay. Right. Now on the cannons, they don't take down the shields as quick. They're strong on the hull. Okay, so this will obliterate a hull when the shields are down if you want to kill the ship or if it's against a capital ship. Remember, at the end, if it's a small ship, these guns and shields will obliterate the ships. But because my ship, the Polaris, has point of defenses, I don't need small guns, because the points of defense will strip the shields and automatically kill the ships at the end of the day. Because remember, the repeaters, there are laser repeaters at the end, which I'll show you. Just let me just change these now as we speak. So yes, it makes sense. Got at least an aperture, but I can't mix and match, because in this case, on a capital ship, it won't work. But these are devastating, but these will shred shields. I've not done them yet, but I've seen the numbers. But remember, when you're attacking a hull of a ship, you've got to strip the shields first. These will strip the shields, and then I can aim for the guns. When the shields are stripped, which this will take longer, this will kick the hull, because don't forget, 4 of those, believe it or not, are almost, if not, they are more powerful than my size 5 ballistic guns. Wait a minute, those are the wrong ones. Where are they? There they are. Now I wouldn't put two of these on and two of these off. It doesn't work. Because the speeds are different. I've got to check the speeds of them at the end of the day. If the speeds are the same and the distance is the same, it's okay. I know they're the same on the size 5s, but I can't remember on the size 1s because I'm not really into combat. But because CIG have changed things now, weapons are a very important factor because of armor penetrations. But remember, I've got a capital ship. My ship has to be an all-rounder. Now I will tell you straight, believe it or not, Icarus is the best ship in the game as it stands. Okay? It is. As long as it's got the laser cannons. But because if you've not got the laser cannons, for a solo pilot, it's hell. I've not finished kitting out the Polaris yet, okay? I keep saying the Icarus. Don't worry, I'll be back in a couple of seconds. Just remember, the weapons I choose, they're not everybody's cup of tea. Else, if they don't understand how they work, and they haven't got the knowledge on how to work them, that I do know. But I have the knowledge, and I have the capabilities of doing the macros to do them. But because CIG is always changing the structures, okay, and they change one thing, they will not work. And I know that for a fact because I do modulating shields, okay, and they are devastating. But every time CIG changes them, it takes me 2 or 3 days just to work out their algorithms and the time, even when they put the numbers in the ERCO. But now it's easier for me because in the olden days we didn't have AI. Okay, we didn't have AI at all. So I had to work out the numbers manually. But now that we've got AI, I can just dial in the numbers and it gives me the numbers. But the thing is about it, I've got to use voice attack. I've not used voice attack since the year 1. You know what I mean? Now, why did I stop using voice attack? Voice attack is brilliant. Alright? Everybody's still using voice attack. But if you are playing with your friends, voice attack is annoying. Because when you're talking to your friends or they get confused because you spend most of the time talking to the AI. But it goes worse than that. If you're in Discord or whatnot and your friends are talking, it can make your AI delete things. And when it comes to your PC, it's not funny. It really isn't funny at all. They take it as a joke and they're all doing it. But as you know, when you're spending hours setting up your PC to play your game, and your friends, just like with morphologists, they're very passionate at the end of the day, but they don't know the amount of work. And remember, you're doing it so you can play the game and share it with your friends. So because of that, you got micro control and you fall out with your friends. So guess what? To cut a long story short, I deleted the voice attack. But over the years I found out I can use voice attack without speaking into the microphone by using macros. So if I press a certain key, it will do certain things. But it's a shame at the end of the day we have to do these things, and then you've got to have noise cancelling at the end of the day to cut down background noises and all them kind of things. And now we've got VR coming in. What's the most important thing on VR? Finger tracking. And that's the reasons why I don't want to use the Pimax. Okay? Because the finger tracking doesn't work in the Pimax. Best finger tracking at the end of the day is the Apple Vision Pro. Yeah, you heard right. But the latency is also the best. But why don't I go Apple Vision Pro? Because it's Wi-Fi 6. It's got one of the worst latency and it's not got direct connection. So it's nearly, I'm just taking a piss here, it's 100 milliseconds. Yeah, but let's say 100 milliseconds at the end of the day, when you know the Pimax can do nearly 5 milliseconds, you can see where I'm coming from. Okay, because remember, at the end of the day, it's not really a gaming, it's really for spatial, what they call it, but it can do gaming. It's understanding your equipment at the end of the day and why you're using it. Okay, now, as you can see, that's the reasons why I have not used the Apple Vision Pro. And actually, if you want to know the truth, the Apple Vision Pro is packed with more features at the end of the day than the Samsung Galaxy XR. Yeah, the Samsung Galaxy XR is cheaper, but it's not got all the features that the Apple Vision Pro. But to play Star Citizens, it won't work because of the latency. And this is where the Samsung Galaxy XR is brilliant. Why? It's got Wi-Fi 7. Okay. Now, from when you hear Wi-Fi 7, you don't want to use it because of the interference. No. If you've got the right equipment, it works. You can get it down to 25 milliseconds with the Samsung Galaxy XR if you understand technology, because it's got the Wi-Fi 7, which is fast, but as you know, there's radar interference. You've also got the USB port on the Samsung Galaxy XR, but remember, it doesn't have the alt mode. Okay, so there's no way the data can travel to the PC. Yeah, you understand that correctly when I mentioned that. But did you know you can buy an adapter? What's missing? You can buy an adapter that goes from the USB port to the Ethernet port on your motherboard. You heard right. And that is actually faster then the the what they call it, you see, it gets complicated. This is the research I've done before I've got it, and I've not heard nobody on the internet say this, because everybody copies everybody. Okay, Google it and you'll see for yourself. Okay, the Ethernet port at the most motherboards have got an Ethernet port is 2.5. Mine, I think, is 10 gigabits per second or 10 megabits, not 2.5. So you can see automatically there the latency is cut down. And with that, and also, as you already know, they say the latency on the controller is crap. It's true, it is. Alright? But as you know, most of you guys, just like me, you play Star Citizens, you're using virtual controllers. Alright? You're literally using virtual controllers at the end of the day. You're using your mouse. You're not using the controllers on the headset because the latency is crap. But if you're in front of your PC or whatever, you're going to be using your joystick because that gives you the best latency. That bypasses the controllers on the headset. It bypasses the mouse on the headset. So what is the use of the headset? It's only used for looking left and right. And what that means is the left and right is what you would use your mouse for. The left and right is what you'd use your Tobii eye tracking. But remember, your brain processes things at a different rate, if you see where I'm coming from. And that's how you can get the latency down to 25. But when it comes, you know what I mean, and at the end of the day, is 25 milliseconds acceptable? Yes, it is. Because it can go down lower than that because of those reasons, because you're mirroring the screen. Now, the next thing is the resolution. Because you've got Wi-Fi 7, you can definitely do 8K, 4K on it. And with my system going so fast, before basic rendering, it is guaranteed at 8K, and I know it says 90 Hz, but because it's going through different channels, remember, the reason I'm saying 90 Hz is because the battery will go flat and it causes heat. But going through the USB port with that same algorithm, it doesn't cause that, and you can play at 120 Hz at 120 frames per second. But there's also one other thing. It uses micro OLED. The refresh rates are 100 times quicker than a normal TV. So when you start putting all these things together, it makes sense. But nobody knows this. How do I know this? Because I'm into AI technology. Okay? And because I'm into AI technology, I've researched all these things and I've cross-referenced everything. Okay? Why haven't I got it yet? Because to get the Samsung Galaxy XR in the UK, it's an import, and I am always experimenting, and it could void my warranty because things will break. I.e., if it overheats or whatever, shimmering, you can send it back, but you can't do it abroad because the warranty in different parts of the world are different. And that's the problem at the end of the day why I haven't got it. But I will be getting. I could have the Samsung Galaxy XR. 1 minute. I've got to keep these moving. Within 2 weeks through Apple Body. Okay. Now the first thing is, within 2 weeks I lose the warranty. Anything goes wrong, it can take nearly 2 months for it to be repaired. Secondly, I'm paying £600 over the odds. It's not worth it. And the reason why it's not worth it, because remember, the Samsung Galaxy XR hasn't been fully tested yet. It's still got bugs, it's still got problems, and because of that, it could take time before certain things are ready. You know what I mean? Because it's a new orthodox at the end of the day, and that is the problem. And for 600 quid, and then when it does come over, it's a whole lot of things at the end of the day. But seriously, I do believe for Star Citizen, finger tracking. Right, let's talk about the cockpits. Star Citizens is not a cockpit, it's not a sit down game like a racing car game or FS Flight Simulator. It's not. It's running around like Half-Life Alyx. So you need the freedom, that's number one. But you also need the refresh rate, number two. But the most important thing, just two important things. Finger tracking is the most important. Why? In Star Citizens, there is not enough keyboards. But let's look at a car. It's got all these things, as you already well know. You move your hands and you touch the dials. Okay? This would eliminate 50% of the keyboard instructions in Star Citizens. Can you see where I'm coming from? And although CIG has closed down their finger tracking, you can still mimic it. Secondly, when you want information, you have to switch apps. You have to wait 10 minutes or ask your friend to get this information. With the Samsung, yeah, it's got it built, it's got Gemini. I've used something similar, it's instant. And those things at the end of the day, I'm not saying it's the best, but when it comes to functionality, it makes the Pimax Crystal look like a piece of shit. It makes the Apple Vision Pro look like it's not, well, you can see where I'm coming from. Remember, each hardware will only work specifically for the type of environment that you want it for. I'm eating my breakfast at the same time. So I can bankrupt you. I can't just let anybody onto my ship. Like that. I know why these missiles don't work now. It's all down to the radar. And they're not going to work. Can you see how long it takes to equip a Polaris now? It's not a 5-minute job. So when you're going on these missions, you can't just let people come on there and dictate. If you do, seriously, you won't do it again. It's not fun. And remember, we're all friends at the end of the day, and it's not worth falling out with your friends over a stupid poxy game. It's not. We all learn at different levels. Now, like I said, these are lasers. They will take down the shield. And they will also take down the hull at a slow rate. It will take it down at the end of the day. But it's got a penetration at the end of the day. So because they're laser, they're the size 1s. So there's no point you putting these against. But then well, like I said, it's just so much ways of looking at it. I've just got one set of missile files to do now. And don't forget, this is just one ship. Now, you guys got an Idris. I just get, all I can do is just smile. Now, these guns are okay. But those are what I'm supposed to be using. But they don't bloody well work. So if those don't work, why should these work? And these are shorter range. I think it's got something to do with the radar. I know there's 16 rattles on here. I've got to find the 2. One more. Now that is the Polaris finished. I really want to know more. About these. I've got flight blades and it's not got the radars. But there are 2 size 4 radars out at the moment. And the only 2 ships I can think of that's got the size 4 radar is the Javelin and the Polaris. But according to the numbers on the Javelin, the range is shorter. But we know at the end of the day, that's not the way it's supposed to be. So what they're trying to say is, the radar on the Javelin is better than the Polaris. Or do they do different jobs? Also, which has not been stated, there are different types of radars on the ships. Now what I mean by that is, got the size 4 radar, okay? We all know that. That's for long distance surveillance. But what about the radars on the Torrens? You heard right. On the Polaris, it's got 7 remote Torrens on there. 7 guns on there. They've all got radars. They can't use size 4 radars. You see where I'm coming from? And that's where the mistake was. And CIG hasn't explained it yet. But just looking at these numbers and looking at the things, it's making sense. Now why the reason why I say that is because just now when I was looking at one of the other ships, there were 2 types of radars. And I think it was on the Carrack. Let's have a look. No, we use the Apollo. Let's open right. Carrack. Carrack. 890 John. Ah, right. The 890 jump, as you can see on the right hand side, that's here. They're fluctuating between different radars. Can you see where I'm coming from? Now, there's 2 different size guns on this ship. Size 4s and size 3s. Plus the main radar. On the Carrack, it's all one size. Let's find another ship. Remember, I don't know these things. It's called theory crafting. The Apollo has 2 size guns on them. So it should be the same. It isn't. Let's look at the... Oh, that's a good one. Let's look at the... Caterpillar. Ship with no frills. I want to see what missiles these guys use. They use military. Right, they use military. Oh, I must need food. I think I'm going dizzy.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Can't believe it, you're actually up before yours today? What time is it?
Enjoy the world. System check. Takeoff complete.
I do have a use for this ship. I really do.
Collision alert. Front.
But it involves me having a second account.
Collision alert. Halt.
I'm not telling anybody what use this ship has. I have tried to use it with people, but it's been the wrong people. So the only way forward for me is a second account. I was just thinking just now. We all know that this has an unlimited range. You know what? I'm going to use it. I have to change the bed though. Not what I intended. Basically, we all know we can set our spawn point at different hospitals and make it permanent.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
And we all know that ships with a specific range, it doesn't work. Unless you're in that sector.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
And then you've got trying to get back onto the same shroud.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
I can actually do these tests now and not nerf it. They need to sort these shields out.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Now what's happened here, my home base hangar, that ship will never despawn. In whatever verse I am in. Difference is every time it shoots it's going to cost me 1,000 credits, 100,000 credits, so it's better to just spawn in the bed because it brings you back. This is the only ship, apart from the Endeavour and the Javelin, that will have this capability. I'm not saying I don't agree with it at the end of the day, okay? I'm just saying there should be other ways of looking at death of a spaceman. Because if you die, you see, that's what I mean. It doesn't, it's hard. Body should be recovered and taken back to its. I'm not covering the topic of death of a spaceman today. Not to what I've learned, it's too much technical, too much negativity. find a group of people now. They've had 4 people. I need 2 of these ships in my hangar deck. Why? Because their home bases might be across the globe. This is the only way to guarantee sustainability, but that means they have to be on the same server or the same shard.
Welcome to Robert Space.
Because this bishop will always be spawned.
System check.
Like I said,
Take off complete.
a whole lot of new shit I've got to be looking at.
Collision alert. Front. Collision alert. Halt.
I want to know what that is. I see some radar.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. You'll please visit us again. Goodbye.
That needs to be tested with the Icarus. Because of its back wingspan.
Systems activating. Systems on. Engines off. Engines on. Launch complete. Engines off. Systems off.
No, I'm not going to be loading all the ships in the game like I do in the live. I'm just loading what I need in the PTU. See? That is on testing purposes. I found something new. Basically, I don't usually have people in the hangar because of things I've learned in the game. But when you've got friends, okay, they're from different parts of the universe, their spawning point's different. If they are working with you in your hangar, something goes wrong, they got medical attention. And what's so special about that, if their home base is in Stanton, wherever they are, that should bring them back to life.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
My dream ship will be in-game in 3 weeks from today. I've always liked the whole beat. But there's only 2 ships that I've got that can be transported on. The Kraken and the Javelin. Now the Kraken, the Javelin, is what I would want it for.
Please visit us again.
calculations right, I should not need the MPUV, because the whole B has got 512 cargo units and tractor beam to compensate. I can't remember if it's 2 people or if it's 1. I'm almost sure it's 1. One side's graded upwards. Now, another thing, all you guys who, well, we'll call you veterans. Remember when you had the hangars in the olden days? You could spawn certain ships. And how many ships? As you can see, those are on the landing pad. But if you want to spawn more ships, you have to spawn smaller ships outside the landing pad. But at the moment, they have to be placed in a certain way because they can also blow up ships up. How big that Apollo is. In the earlier Doctors, the Apollo was supposed to fit in the Endeavour. If CIT is true to their word, Endeavour is going to be one hell of a ship. Now, if you want a size comparison, we all know that the Javelin is 480 meters in length. That's twice the size of this here. And I can't remember the Endeavour, but I'm sure to my last dollar it will fit at least one of these. To fit 2, you'll be looking the full width of this. Not really. And it's supposed to store cargo at the same time. I would say the width would be half the width of this. Because the Icarus is not that wide, and it's, as I said, I think they can make it happen. All you guys have got Endeavours, and you got the module, you can guarantee it will have a decent size hangar deck.
Engines off.
Now what I'm doing here, I'm working out placings on the ships, because remember this is my home base. It's not that I have anybody on my ship, because remember, I mean in my party, because like I said, they all want to experiment. They'll come into your hangar deck and they'll touch things they're not supposed to, and they'll take things they're not supposed to, causing drama. At the end of the day, when you've worked hard, you don't want people coming into your house and doing what they feel to do, as if it's just a game. It costs you money, it costs you time, and you're so polite, you don't want to disrespect them. You say, well look, this is mine, don't touch it please, because they'll never get it. And I'll tell you straight, I have been playing this game 7 years, and as the functions there build up, and I go into a party, or anybody's, what they call it, I never go in their hangar unless I'm invited. And secondly, I don't touch nothing unless I have permission to. That is one of the rules I have. I don't say anything, I just stand in one spot until I'm being given instructions, because I know how hard it is to set up things at the end of the day. And somebody comes in, people buy their subscriber players, it costs them money, and then you get some idiot coming there, it's only a game, not knowing they've spent money on them things, their hard-earned cash, and they're just going to come and take it as it's pixels. And that's one of the reasons why I have party controls in my game. I used to have a party leader, alright? But the party leader looked at it and said it was a joke, not understanding the seriousness of it. If that person didn't follow certain criteria, I had to take the party leader away from that person. That person knew all the things there was to do with being a party leader and inviting. You couldn't just put people on your friends list just like that because of stream sniping. You couldn't just bring people into the party because they asked. Because remember, if that person's a party leader and if that person's in a party, anybody who comes in there has got access to everybody's hangar deck. Where I'm coming from. And at the end of the day, you don't want to go and tell people, don't do this, don't do that. Because the first thing you turn around and say, it's not fun. But when it's done to them, it's a totally different kettle of fish. I've been playing this game long enough to know the rules. Sometimes you really want to tell people certain words and you can't, because we're all babies at the end of the day, as stupid it sounds, because you've got to sit down there and explain to them every detail that matters, and it's not nice, it's embarrassing. Now I believe I've got one of the best PCs out there at the moment. But you think I'm going to tell people my PC's, oh, as as you can see. No, it's not got this because my friend says this and my friend. Oh my word. I've had this PC 1 full year and it's not been upgraded. And I still need things for this PC that's not even out yet. Even when I was going to buy RAM was one of the hardest things. I wanted 256 gigabytes of RAM and it wasn't out. No. 256 gigabytes of RAM, Gen 5 at a certain speed. Everybody said speed doesn't matter. They wasn't playing Star Citizens. Is that RAM out today? No, it's not. The fastest you can get at the moment is 128 gigabytes of RAM, but only doing, yes, it works. The only thing that upset me was I listened to everybody who was buying my RAM. I could have 96 gigabytes run at 9,200 mega transfer at this moment. And I should have followed my own instincts. Because I discovered why the PCs were, the RAM was throttling. It was all to do with what you wanted to play in the game. How much memory you wanted. There's only one thing missing in this game, and that's AI. I've got it working, and yes, it does work with Star Citizens. Okay, but I can only use so much of the RAM, and the one I want to use is GPT OSS 120B. But I cannot get that to work unless I have at least 96 gigabytes of RAM. But I can get the 16B, is it, or what size is it? I think it's a 16B to work at the end of the day, but it's still not enough. Why? Because I also want AI technology. I haven't run the numbers properly yet, but if it does work, it's on the borderline. But this was about 6 months ago, okay? Because the data I'm storing is locally, but still able to get information from the main database. And as you can see, I'm loading ships on the hangar deck, not colliding with other ships. Now you know this ship here cannot be loaded in the internal bays there. Okay? The next test, I can't do this until I got the live. Can I still put these ships in the same formation with the Icarus? I did it with the Polaris at one stage. It didn't work. Well, it didn't work. Okay. You all see this does work. I'm not going to spend nearly an hour setting up all the doors on this ship. Okay. I've been out here nearly 3 hours now. Okay. And I've still not loaded the missiles onto the Hull A. one thing you'll notice it's in any loading screens or glitches whatsoever. But I'm going to give you a clue. I can tell you every time the screen loads. How? Because the frames on the right hand side, it dips because it's loading memory in from the SSD, which is the slowest, but I'm using direct memory access. And the first thing everybody's going to say, it's not supposed to start. I heard you, I know. It's working. If you're a programmer and you know where to go, you can do it yourself. And even if you're not a programmer, you've got a little bit of common sense, you can ask certain AIs what is needed, you can even get it to write the script for you and inject it into the folder of CIG and also into the command prompt of the Windows. No, it's not changing anything at all. All it's there saying, look, it's to do with the memory, not the program structure of Star Citizens. Okay, it's reallocating memory and sending memory to direct parts of your PC. So when CIG goes to access it, the memory is there. I repeat again, it is not changing any structure of CIG programming. All it's doing is reallocating memory and rerouting it. Don't go left, go right, and it's there. That is what we call direct memory access. So anybody who does not understand programming, remember, direct memory is a part of Windows structure. CIG has to write it in their subroutines, so it goes directly to the memory allocations of Windows. They have not done it. But if you go to the command prompt and put the script there, it will tell them where the memory allocation is. Because if there was no memory allocation, why is this house so cold? You could not move memory around. Now I am going to tell you this, being a programmer and a script writer over these years. I don't need anyone to tell me anything. Yes, we've got these anti-cheat programs. That's because people write scripts to inject into the programming that's not right. Okay, let's look at voice attack. It's an outside program. It doesn't write things inside the programming. It's so cold. I've just had a big massive blast like somebody's opened the window now, but it's actually snowing? You're joking? It's actually snowing at the end of March. Oh. Just give me a minute here. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to give you the postcode, okay? Postcode's M407WF. Can you tell me the weather forecast, please?
In Manchester, there will be rain and snow, with a high of 6 and a low of 1.
Is it going to be all day? Enter.
In Manchester, there will be rain and snow, with a high of 6 and a low of 1.
You didn't answer my question. I asked you, is it going to be snowing all day? And will it be cold?
It's forecast to be snowy today in Manchester.
Okay, you answer my question. Right, I'm going to tell you something about AI technology. Just now I was using the internet AI. If you've not got enough bandwidth, alright, you cannot run Star Citizens and use AI technology at the same time. I'll tell you straight that for a fact. Okay? Because the AI will be choked because of Star Citizen, because it needs the bandwidth and the speed and the latency. But you do need a decent Wi-Fi at the end of the day of upload and download speed. Okay? All this I knew at the same time. Remember, if you look at the bottom right, I'm also running in HDR in 8K, streaming at 50 kilobits per second. You heard right. I can do 70 kilobits, but I needed redundancy. And this is where the Samsung Galaxy XR comes in. Now with the Samsung Galaxy XR, it's got its own AI, and I really don't believe on AI running from the internet, because you've got personal details you need to store. I've got all that capability. I've told people it'll be about 2 to 3 years before AI will be mainstream, because it needs to be understood of its dangers and whatnot. But let me just plug in my headphones, Okay. Well, talking about headphones, as you know, a few days ago, or for weeks, I was having problems with my headphones. It kept on going flat. Not knowing, I had to replace my battery. It was supposed to be a rechargeable battery. And something in the circuitry was cutting it out. But I bought these new batteries now. I've not had any problems. And my headphones are nearly £200 a time because of certain disabilities that I've got. As you've just noticed just now, I don't need to sit down there and type things into the keyboard. I just speak just like I'm speaking to you, and it gives all my information. It can write all my letters because I write the letters, and all it does is put the grammars and the spelling into the way it's supposed to be. I don't put anything in the computer I don't know the answer to. And it's 500 times quicker than you doing finger typing. Why are there two different colours? What I want to know is, when the whole bee comes out, what size is a tractor beam? The reason why I'm asking this question, because the MPUV tractor has a size 1 and a size 2. Next question is, I want the ox. Okay, that has a tractor beam on it. What size is that tractor beam? Is it a 1 or is it a 2? Reason why is, if it's a 1, I will still need the MPUV tractor.
Engines on.
Now remember what I was saying earlier, I know when it's loading in, because if you look on the top right hand screen, the frames dip, but it will not dip below a certain amount, keeping my frame rates level and the smoothness, because of the balancing and the speed of my PC and direct memory access. Remember, it's storing it into buffers at the end of the day, because memory is allocated all over the place. If I could store Star Citizens in RAM, it would be instant. How big's RAM? How big Star Citizens? 130k, 126k. How much is 126k of RAM? Looking at nearly over 1,000 quid. See where I'm coming from? The SSDs are only half that. Well, my SD was a lot more than that actually. I think it was about £200, £250 a piece. I bought 3 of them, that's 750 quid. But I've got 2 terabytes. No, I haven't. I've got 6 terabytes of storage space on my SSDs. 6 terabytes. And it's no slouch. And I've also got 3 990 Pros of 1 terabyte each. That's 9 terabytes in total. And they were all bought for a reason. One's Gen 5 and the other one is Gen 4. Well, you know which is Gen 5 automatically without me there. Teach you guys how to suck eggs. I am carrying on from where I left off yesterday. If you remember when you was watching last night, I was so tired. I remember I've been streaming now, must be a good few hours, 3 hours, and I've not even put the missiles on this ship yet. But they were bought yesterday, so it shouldn't be too long now. I would say about half an hour to load up both the ships of the missiles, because I bought them yesterday. Shields off.
Shields off.
And as you can see, I'm streaming at 480 frames per second in 8K plus, alright? Because I'm generating frames. And I know what you're all going to be saying. There's no monitor that can go out that fast, but my monitor's only 120. Exactly, yeah. So why do you don't know? The smoothing is the main critical pointer in this scenario. But if your graphics card is running over 100 frames per second, you'll get shivering, you'll get stutters and all that kind of bullshit. And I'm getting that now. That means I'm at my limits. Let's have a look. No, I'm not at my limits. I've got other things running in the background. Basically, I've got AI running in the background at the moment, but it's not interfering with the programming. This is so easy. Hey, you cheeky git. Back here. Drunken latency at the moment. I've got the raining effect. I need to turn down my... Take that off. That down back to 240. Bring that back up to 40. That might be too high actually. Frames. Okay, that's better. I will be showing how I've got these numbers, okay? But at the moment, it means me messing around with the screens by showing everything that I'm doing. And I've got things in here I wouldn't even want my mother to see. missus just asked me, she's on my server, do I need a hand? I wonder what she's going to be using that hand for. No, look at Miss. She's going to take this the wrong way. Like I said, she can get very sensitive, and then all the work I've done goes out the window. You know what? She can come on the server and she can make herself look pretty. When she makes her way to Orison and she lets me know in the chat, then I'll add her. But I won't add her 1 minute beforehand. Because at the end of the day, I have something doing already, and I don't want to be distracted. Basically, it's just like everybody else. When things don't go the way they are, things change. And I do run a tight ship. And it's not her, everybody's the same. And you know, when it comes to actors, in real life the show must still go on. But that's giving you an idea at the end of the day. When people take these things personally, it's got nothing to do with that. It's a program you've already set. I've been here 5 hours, as you know, doing this. This is the last day I've got to do this before it goes live. And you know what? If I make one mistake, it's going to take me the same 8 hours just to do what I've done here now. And it's not a question of using anybody as an example, it's a question of understanding when you're doing team play and role play. Even putting these up at the end of the day, it's time consuming and it's tedious. But guess what? It looks damn pretty. Guess what? It's different. And so Yoza would say, well, if you were to stick Yoza in front of me to do this, he would tell you to get the frig out of Dodge. He ain't doing it. That's not me taking, yeah, I'm taking the piss out of him because I know what he's like and he knows what I'm like. When Yoza comes online, I have to buy myself one standard SCU box just to put super glue to hold his toupee. That's me taking the piss. The first time I said that, he looked at me and laughed. Now this game is not easy. When you're used to a certain way of playing, you play that way automatically. And it's not easy teaching an old dog new tricks. That's not literally, it's a fact. I've had to learn new things, and I'm learning new things all the time because I'm not old. I'm only 95 years of age. No, seriously. Like I said, I can't see at Yoza. Every time he fires a missile, it bloody well works. Every time I fire a missile, they're going up and thinking that's like a frigging boomerang. It don't work. And I can't work out why I can't get it to work. Because certain people have understandings of certain things, and that's what it's all about. You can't know everything at the end of the day. 2 hours. That looks nice. That looks very nice. That didn't take me long actually. Oh, I've also noticed I can actually put timings on the chats now. Right, okay, just give me a minute. I need to do a couple of things here. I've had 100 views today. Wow, that's impressive. And I'm not. Oh, yesterday I was tired yesterday. I was shot tired yesterday. I came on about 4 o'clock to do this. It was 8 o'clock. I couldn't do any more. I'm surprised I've had 100 views to tell you the truth. Now this is where we're going to have problems now. And that means all the work I spent hours doing is going to go up the window. And remember, when you're also doing team roleplay, you also have mental burnout. It's just like going to work and doing a full-time job. It wears you out. When I'm playing by myself, I can play for 18 hours. Literally play for 18 hours. But when I'm playing with other people, you'd be lucky if I can last 6 hours through mental stress. It is that hard. And I know that to be true because I used to have my business, alright, it was all mental work. I used to be physically drained. I wasn't picking up boxes or whatnot, you know what I mean, because I'm not a labourer. And when I come home, it's like I've done, well, let's put it this way, you could do 8 hours of picking up boxes. And me, because I'm doing mental work, it would be 4 hours. But when you're playing by yourself, I am invited to the party, it's not working. Oh, I can see the reasons why. I'll try again later. I'll try again one more time. See, this is what I mean at the end. It's not intentional. But they're not on Discord, and I can't burn Discord because, like I said, the jam that comes out at the end of the day. Oh no, I can actually because I've got my normal mic on now, so it can cut. It's got noise cancelling in. I'm getting stressed here now because I'm doing something not in me reckoning here. I'm actually thinking out loud at the same time. It's the first time now I've done party now, watch. One more time, then I've got to go back to work. I'm not going to spend all day trying to invite into party. It'll come on when it comes up. It could be the latency on my system. I'm going to increase the latency. But it could be desyncing. I'm going to go down to 180. These tests I've not done, okay? Now, if it's not working now, it's going to cause problems because I'm not going to be doing this in the live. If it's not working now, then to be doing this in the last apart in the last couple of hours, these people are going to want to play with me when it comes out. I can't let them in because I know about desync and the PCs are not being tuned. And now I've got to now turn everything off. Have a look again. I've now got it to 30 frames at 120. Let me try again. Contacts. Oh. How long have you been in the party? And I've just messed with all my settings. Damn. Ah well. Like I said. Everything has shot up outside the Richter scale. I've just got to reset everything back again. 1 minute. Down to 20 frames. You see, anything below 20 frames per second, I know in streaming it causes problems, but I'm almost 100% sure 20 frames per second causes desync. But I will not know that because she's also on 1080p. I've not had time to work on her PC, you see, that's why. And she's on a 1080 Ti and she can get frames of 450 odd, but like I said, I have to wait 6 months, you know what I mean? But it's not about her at the end of the day. I'm just letting you know I'm a programmer and the systems analyzer, and this is what I do, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I don't expect people to sit down there with an empty plate waiting for me to come along and do things with them, because it doesn't work that way. Because when you do system analyzing, it's not a 5-minute job. You've got to go through all these different scenarios, but with me, I have to do it through memory, you see.
Launch sequence.
Yours will be on shortly.
Systems off.
I think while I'm there putting the missiles on the ship, I will be testing desync. Reason why I'm be testing desync is because of all the new stuff CIG has brought into the game. And my PC at the moment is top notch. My old PC in the olden days was top notch, is still top notch. But my PC, this PC can bottleneck my old PC down to latency. Reason being, it's got 128 gigs of RAM. That's brilliant. But it's Gen 4 Gear 1. The RAM I'm using now is Gear 4 Gen 5. That's 16 times faster than my old RAM. You see where I'm coming from? Now I've only got 48 gigs of RAM on this one, and the other one I've got 128. But this RAM is better because it's got the redundancy, and I'm running more stuff in the background, where the other one I couldn't do that. On the other one I've only got one SSD in there, it's not RAID, and that's running at 3,500 megahertz. Now listen to what I said, 3,005 megahertz on 4 lanes. Alright? The RAM in this PC is running at 45,000, sorry, mega transfers, not mega, 45,000 mega transfers in 12 lanes. It's like a super highway. You see where I'm coming from? So somewhere along the line, although you can, you see there, Miss there at the moment, she's crystal clear, but I'm telling you now, she's only running in 4K. It can run in 8K, but I've got to sit down there for the next 4 hours tuning the PC, and then I might not see it for another 6 months. That's the problem. It worked because I've done it so many times, and the quality there is brilliant. But if I look on her PC there now, I think we're going to do some, just give me a minute, we're going to do some formation walking, and I'll know what the desync is. Walk forward, look at this. The desync at the moment is 1 second. 1 minute, let me just squeeze it out a bit. Walk out, I got to keep looking at the screen at the moment, you see. Now on the stream you can see it's level. You need to zoom out a bit, look a bit. Can you zoom out more? Can your PC do that? Right, she is 2 seconds behind me on desync. Just give me 1 second. On your quick CPU, is it running at 100% or have you turned it down? Everything's on 100%. Okay. I am going to alter my latency, because my latency is not 120, it is 20 native. And this is not what I'm supposed to be doing, okay guys? This is what I mean when someone comes in, everything you're supposed to be doing gets thrown out of the window. I'm not going to spend no more than 2 minutes on this because it's not in the programming. But this is where temper tantrum gets thrown in now. I start walking now. There's a desync of 2 seconds. I can't be dealing with that. There's something else. Okay, you can start walking now. What is your graphic card set at? What is the afterburner set at? Sorry? What is the afterburner set at? That doesn't mean nothing to me. Okay, you guys, I'm going to put the PC back to it because there is desyncing at the moment and it's going to cause problems. And yes, at the end of the day, I'm supposed to be doing something else. So I'm just going to put the PC back. She can entertain herself with something else, but she has to try to understand what I'm doing at the end of the day. This should not be done at the last stages of Star Citizens going live. My PC is now cooking. I can feel the temperatures at the moment. But it's warm in here. Oh, she can find something to do. I've got work here at the end of the day. Where'd you go? I don't know where the commiss is. I think she's gone somewhere. I thought she could come and watch paint dry for a bit. could help put these on. Give us some practice. See, because I've been messing with my settings, as you can see, everything's bouncing. That's because the PC's not tuned. I have to turn down the frames. It's like desync, but in a different way. It's out of tune, it's not synced. $220, $240. Let's see if that started the problem. No, it hasn't. R. I wouldn't use that gun if I was you. I use a small tractor beam. Basically, the reason I'm saying that is because that tractor beam is so powerful, it'll knock my main ship off its pedestal. You can see, if you look at the ship, you can see the uniform. How neat they are. And the reasons why I'm quicker than you, because I've done it so many times, practice makes perfect. Two, three, 8 more. If you lose the missiles, try looking for it, okay? They do cost credits. It makes you do things a lot better than you see. don't anybody think she's taking a week to do one size 3 missile. I was like that, okay, but because I've done it so many times, I know what does what, where goes where, and how to, you know. But for her purpose, she has to practice just that one missile. That's why I haven't touched it. I left her one space. And when she gets in, she's gonna might find out she got it in the wrong way, and then have to take it back out again. Got to also identify certain characteristics. And you see, with me being a streamer, I can't take all day, so I've had to do a lot of practicing off stream. And then somebody comes in and says, spent $7 just moving boxes around in Star Citizen, but they don't know the time I've taken to do these things. But this is something Little Miss wants to do in her role. But if you don't put the time in, by the time she learns it, CIG's coming from, is doing something else. See, I put that in the wrong. Oh, she's rocking the ship. Got it in 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4. Looks like it can hold one more. One more up there. Wait a minute. See, just getting just the last one. It's hard bloody work. But the point is, it's doable. 30. 2. Well, that's 8. Let's see what's on the other side. You're tipping the ship, you need to move in front. You're tipping the ship. That was one of the reasons why it says use a smaller gun. Because then that means it's less, what they call it. I've done it so many times so I know what to expect, you see. All you've got to do is move a lot slower. Remember, there was 2 here. There was 1 space. I left you 1 space to practice. One of the missiles have gone missing. And I will leave it for you because you do need to practice. But if you don't want to do it, let me know now before I get myself stressed out. Don't just sit down there and let me look, think everything's okay, alright? You want me to carry on doing it? This is exactly what happened the other day. This is where I got stressed out. Okay, and then she killed herself on the ship, you know, doing death of this. Oh my god. Oh well. Oh well. Don't get stressed out now. No point in having dead weight. Now, I've been, like I said, I'm usually pretty good when it making fitting what. We all know that the whole B is coming out. Will the whole B fit in here? The first question is yes. Second question is no. If it's not extended, alright, the length should be okay. The width is definitely okay. The question is the height. Now, to what I see, there is definitely a 1 meter clearance on the height. Okay, from the front right down to the back. Basically, if you look on the front where the nose is, it's definitely 1 SCU box clearance. But the way to do that, I'd have to actually get 1 SCU box and land the ship on it to prove my theory. Okay? And I would say yes, it would work. On the back, it might not be. Okay? Now, once you work that out, is if the ship is fully collapsed, the whole B should fit. How am I going to prove that now before the ships are coming into game? I'm going to do that next in a bit. But remember, there's no way I can put cargo, land this ship in this hangar bay with cargo. But the whole B has one exception, and the exception is it's got a tractor beam. So because it's got a tractor beam, it doesn't need to be inside the Polaris to load cargo. It can be outside the ship at the end, hovering and using a tractor beam to put the cargo extended. Okay, but before we can do that, I want to know, can I get the whole B in here? But at the moment, like I said, I can't do that because I've got other things doing at the moment. I can't do test on top of test on top of test because the timing factor that I've got is not allowance. Plus there's also a couple things that is going to be wrong with the whole B when it comes out. You want to call it buoyancy, you want to call it stabilization, all these kind of things. This ship holds 256 cargo bay. This ship holds 64 cargo units. The whole B holds 512. Alright? Now when you work out the weight factor on that, it's a heck of a lot of weight if you started timesing 52 by its smallest size. So just like on a tricycle, you need stabilizers. CIT is not going to really know this until the game comes out because of the way they do things. But I will tell you, they can't rewrite the legs, okay, because we've always known these legs to be like this. So if you stick 512 cargo units or even half of it on one side, you can guarantee, just like in a lorry, it's going to tip over. It will tip because of the weight. CIG's only just started to add weight into the game. Alright? And weight is in the game. But when CIG made these ships were made before they put the weight factor in the game, so they did not tolerate the weight. So how are they going to be able to do this without rewriting it? Just like on a bicycle, when babies learn to ride a bike, they got stabilizers on, they got the legs as normal because that is the main weight. They've got little rods coming from the engine, okay, that extends out to about here, okay. So that means when the weight comes on when the cargo boxes go on the ship's not going to topple over. Remember, this is only 64 cargo units. You're talking about the center of gravity. These missiles, as you can see, are close to the center of gravity, so it's not going to tip. This is why I was trying to explain to Little Miss, but she took the huff at the end of the day, not understanding I know what I'm talking about, so she figged off and left me to it. That wasn't what I was saying. She didn't trust my instincts to help her, because one day she's going to be on her own and she can't keep running off because it's what she wants to do. But let's forget about Little Miss for 5 minutes. Alright? 512 cargo units. Okay, the length at the end of the day will be 8 meters across. Alright, maximum of the weight. So she's going to need they're going to need stabilizers on these engines, okay, at the back, coming to about there, altering the center of gravity depending on how they have the boxes on. That will stop the ship from tipping over. Alright, CIG doesn't know this yet, alright, but they need that in. Secondly, look at these jeeps, okay. As you already know, the ships has got tractor beams. Just like jeeps, they have them wrenches, whatever you want to call it. They've got the wrenches that pulls. If the ship tips over, the ship needs to be destabilized, just like a jeep. Okay. Now on certain vehicles, they've got wrenches on the front. Now because they've got wrenches on the front, they can use the wrenches to bring the ships back to normal level. I can't do that with the whole B. I have to use the MPUV tractor with the shields off. But at the end of the day, these will have between 1 and 2 tractor beams. They should be used as winches. So if the ship gets beached, looks like when a jeep goes on a beach and it's beached because it gets stuck in the sand, the winches can pull them back to buoyancy or pull them out of ditches. CIG doesn't know all this. Not that they don't know all this, because at the end of the day, they're like robots. The kids that are there today can't do anything unless the masters or the people in charge tell them what to do. They will make mistakes. But what I'm saying to you now, okay, is when this ship comes out in 3 weeks from now, those are the problems they will have. And I am not going to go into CIG and tell them the problems. But if you guys are watching this, you can show them the fix. They're not listening to me because I don't know anything. Okay? I won't tell you why I know this. At the end of the day, I'm not going to tell you what goes on inside CIG because you're not going to believe me. Okay? But if you know about engineering and these kind of things, you know where I'm coming from. And there's only one true engineer that's been in there from day one. Okay? And it's a gingerhead guy. I can't remember his name, my brain gets stupid, but you know who I'm talking about. He can point these things out. So the hobby needs two things to complete its mission. It needs a winch, whatever you want to call it, grappling hook. So when it gets beached or it knocks itself over, them things there can act as pull them back when they're on its side. Okay? This ship hasn't got it. I'm not going to sit down there and campaign. I'm not doing it. But I've drawn it to your attention, okay? Because the center of the gravity, there's nothing there to access the balance at the end of the day, okay? These missiles are not a problem because they're not heavy and it's close to the center of gravity. But the boxes, I can't remember, 512, that's 4 meters outside, so they will come to about here, okay? And if you load one side, it will topple. It will topple, okay? Now I've said this in every stream, or most of the stream, about the whole B, but there's not been enough people on that time to be watching this. But I could have done it yesterday when CIG members was watching this in the afternoon, but I was too tired. I was literally exhausted. But I showed it on the Icarus with the whole B. But anyway, before I do that, I need to get some boxes to show some other things now. Alright? I need 4 boxes. At the end of the day, it comes down to common sense. And they won't know this, they will rewrite the legs, cost me a heck of a lot of money. It's stupid. When CIGs give people work to do, they should not rush to look. It's like when my friends come on here, they're rushing me. They want it done in 30 seconds. Look, when Miss came on there, she expected it to be done in 30 seconds. But she did not know I've been doing this for nearly 4 months. So I made it look so easy. When she came on there, she got frustrated. She expects it to be done for her. It doesn't work that way. I gave her a little bit of advice. Don't use the big gun because it's going to cause a couple of problems. But if she wanted to learn, she would have listened. Sorry, say again. I don't know anything. If you're going to justify everything I say, I'm not going to argue because remember, I'm going to be on here for the next 12 hours and I don't want mental burnout, okay? Game's hard because it is already. I'm not disrespecting, I'm just trying to explain. Alright?
Systems activating. Systems on.
You will blow up the ship and make out it's a bug in the game, not knowing I know different. Okay, my brain's gone stupid now.
On. Launch complete. Alert. Front crash close.
I'm not going to use them boxes. I need 8 SCU boxes and I need 4 of them. just to show the height.
Landing complete. Engines off. Systems off.
Eight SCU boxes is what I need. Now remember, I did say it's 512 boxes. That's 4 times the height or the width of this, divided by 4, giving me 2 meters in diameter. But the problem is, this is 17 tons. I don't think this can lift 17 tons. If you notice, I had to use a small tractor beam on this because if I'd used a big tractor beam, I would have toppled the ship. Why do I know that? Because I've done it so many times and I've lost my ship. And that's one reason why I'm so good when it comes to perma-dep, because perma-dep is what I do.
Systems activating. Systems on.
I have to turn up the thrusters because if the ship is heavy, don't need the radar. Don't need that tractor beam, but I do need the thrusters because of the excess weight. Remember, the excess weight. I don't know if this will do it, but let's have a look. Thrusters with this. What's in these containers?
Shields off. Launch complete. Landing complete.
The box is too heavy. Remember, the thrusters are on air, okay? And people don't seem to understand this at the end of the day. Oh, they want this, what they call it. If they was to use bigger thrusters, there would be stress on the other parts of the ship. It all depends what's inside those containers before the way can be adjust. But it said 17 tons. 17 tons is not light, you know. It's not.
Engines off.
I have to carry it by hand. So 17 tons. And before you guys turn around and say it's stupid, alright, is it? Go and get a whole sea, take it to a planet, extend its wings, and fully load it with cargo. Okay? Fully load it with cargo. And each 8SCU unit is 17 tons. Then you count 143,000 blah blah blah. Wait, 114, divide that by 104, times that by 114, that's 388 boxes times by 17 tons. Okay, and weights in the game. And some bright spark going to turn around and says you need bigger thrusters on the ship. The spindles, the spine will break. Weights in the game. But you see, I don't know anything. But if I say anything, the first thing people want to do, I have a bit of common sense, or admit they are wrong, they will shut down my account. Or they'll blow up my ship. This pisses me off. Because I got to sit below them and explain to them the logic behind certain things. Stupid. So when they see this moving 16 tons, this is not real. Alright, it's not the way it's supposed to be. This has only made it easier for you guys to move things around until CIG fixes things. Alright? You only weigh a $1.50 and you're doing a marathon, okay, on 16 tons of weight. And then you want to come and tell people how to suck eggs because you've done it in a different way. It's like a man, you build a ship to have wings and you got the Polaris and it don't fit, so you shave off the wings and you expect the ship to friggin' fly afterwards. Pathetic. It really is. All I'm doing is to show you the true height of the ship, if the whole B can fit in this ship. That's all. I can use the maglev, trust me I can. But I know so much in the game to know not to use them in certain aspects. And then somebody's going to come and tell me, well, I'm going to use this because it's tedious. And guess what? They want to know why something else is not working. I've seen it so many times. And then you've got to let them on your ship. And then when something goes wrong, the abuse you get afterwards, because I don't have the IQ intelligence level, is ridiculous. It's just not worth it. And you must remember, it's only a game at the end of the day. It's not because they're stupid. It's not because you're highly intelligent. It's because I've taken the time to learn that aspect of the game. Just like I tried to explain to the good miss, she was doing certain things, don't use that. She got upset with me. I can't do it, and she rigged up. No, I was trying to help her. It took me months to work that out. So it took me a minute to put it into perspective. It's like, say, if you want to learn to drive, you can't just go behind a car wheel and drive. You've got to be taught. You know what I mean? People go to college, people go to university to learn these things. It just doesn't come to them overnight. It doesn't. Now remember, all I'm doing is showing you the height of these boxes, okay? But don't think I'm going to get out of the ship, because if I get out of the ship, I'll never get back in the ship. It won't work. Unless I've got other means. Yeah, get the SRV out. It is upsetting, because at the end of the day, when somebody looks at me, believe it or not, I act an idiot 24/7 because that's what is expected. But remember, I'm 74 years of age. I'm adding years on, okay? So I know what to expect. Now remember, when the hobby comes in, it's 512 SCU boxes. That's about 8 of these in height. Okay, you've got 2 there already, and it's 2 on top of that makes it 4. But just to give you an idea, I'm not going to put 8 up high because I know here can only hold 2 high, not 4. Is it 2? Yes, 4 SCU boxes. 1, 2, 4 SCU boxes in height. So double 4 is 8 height. That's 8 meters in height. This is only 4 at the end of the day, so it's 4 on top of that. I think the whole A is 10 meters. That's 14 meters in height. This is not 14 meters in height, but the 890 jump is. Remember, at the end of the day, I've been playing this game so many years, okay, and the measurements are in my head. I'm not saying I'm 100% correct, but I'm not far off. When is the aurora coming out? The end of this patch, when this patch goes live. They've already announced it. They've already announced the ship. So I would say, if it's not today, it will be by Friday. Reason being, if it's a sellable ship, they'll be using that ship to make money. So when this game goes live, today or tomorrow, by Friday, I speculate the Aurora will be on sale. Now listen carefully. As a rule, I don't listen to anybody unless Simon says. CIG did not say. So remember, it's all speculation. It will go live, okay? And in the olden days, the only people that had access to those ships was Ibakati. But because things went wrong, Ibakati has not got those ships anymore. Remember, they're testers to find out bugs. People started complaining. They bought the ships. They want to fly the ships. But they was not testers. So CIG released the ships with all these stupid bugs on there at the end of the day. So when the ships came out, they didn't bloody well work. So by rights, the Ibakati's testers as the ones who are supposed to have these ships, this needs that needs that, can they sort it out? Then the people who's got the ships can go and have them straight away when it comes out, and then 3 months later it goes free in the game. Alright, this is how it used to be in the olden days. It's not like that now. Alright, so the only people that's got these ships now is internal. the dev teams. And the dev teams, they're not testers, they are programmers. Alright? They write programs at the end of the day. Then the Evocati then goes out and tests these things, fixes what bugs, and say this needs this and that needs that. But to the question you just asked just now, when will it go out in game? It will be out. Okay? And the first people that will get those ships is the people that's paid for it. Not the Evocati testers, the people that's paid for it. So you will get that ship as buggy as hell. Alright? And then you're going to complain, I want a refund, I want a refund, this doesn't work and that doesn't. You know the score. Alright? I know because I used to Evo, so I know how it works. It's changed now. Okay? People's complain, not thought about it. So the Evocati testers now don't get the ships no more. The guys who's paid for the ships, they get the ships. Alright? Oh my word, no, please, please, please. See? You know what's happened there, don't you? I wasn't paying attention. Thank God for that. Anyway, well, it will come out, but it's not going on sale. You'll know when the price things come. It's a new ship, it's a Mark II. And if you want to know the truth, I know everybody's saying that the ship looks like that blah blah ship's a moon ship. But you know something, I look at it and to me it looks like a wasp. You know them wasps when they've got the four wings and they sprout out? You know what I mean? That's what that ship there looks like to me. It looks like a wasp. You know what I mean? Nothing, I'm not making fun of the ship, nothing wrong with the ship. To me, it just looks like a wasp. And if you want to know the truth, I'm not saying this about the Aurora, but I've always liked the Aurora because it was one of the first ships that came out, and the versatility on that ship, believe it or not, for a starter ship, is brilliant. And I don't mean for a solo pilot. Did you know that ship can fit into almost any ship and can expand its roleplay? Did you know that? How many can you fit in this ship and to carry on its roleplay? Look who misuses this ship because bedlogging is not in the game. So when she comes on my ship, she uses the Aurora automatically. So when she wants to log out, she's got that ship to log out, but if she don't stick to the rules half the time, she puts me at a disconvenience. I then get blacklist. I mean, not blacklist, what's the word called? Crime stats. Or it cost me a heck of a lot more. But remember, at the end of the day, I don't spend 1 hour in the game. I don't spend 2 hours, and the most average user is 1 hour in the game. And half dedicated people, because they've got private lives, in the weekends it's usually 3 hours. I am retired, so I can spend 18 hours and more in the game. So I can test these games to its utmost, know what there is to be done and what not. So I can look at something and know automatically what's going to be wrong in the game. It's not something I just know at the end of the day. It's a dedication, devotion. It's even when you're buying hardware. I know what will work with Star Citizens and what won't work. But to explain it, I got to spend my money for someone to come and insult my intelligence, knowing it works. Because that person wants the golden chair, but they didn't sit down in that golden chair for 15 hours to know how uncomfortable and how sore their butt was, or how much it cost them on electricity. And no, I haven't got a grudge, okay? I'm still playing the game. I'm just telling it as it is, and I'm not sugarcoating it. At the moment, this is to see if I can put the whole sea on this ship. How much is 512 SCU of cargo space? Okay, go get a galaxy. The layout is the same. The galaxy's not out. Exactly. It's not out yet, so how do I know? But we do all agree this is 16 SCU box, and that goes there. 2 of these boxes in height is 2 of those. You agree on that? So you need to double the height, and from when you double the height, you know it's higher than the Polaris. It will not fit, and I'm going to show you that in a minute. And then you got the protruding wings. I'm just using these boxes just to give an idea. Okay, I haven't got the ship. I love the ship to bits. Can I use it? Yes. Will this ship fit onto the on here? Yes, it will. Because remember, I'm showing you with the cargo boxes when it's extended. It will not be extended when it's in the ship, but you need to be able to store them. This is where your tractor beam comes in. The question is, I wouldn't go out and buy this ship now for my javelin and then find out it's no good, it don't fit. The first thing you guys are going to turn around and say, you can melt it, yeah, but did you know when you melt it, your money's locked into the account? Know that, did you? When I bought this ship, I bought it for one thing, radar, the capital radar, and the capital radar also meant stealth. This was 5 years ago. I've just got to now put it into perspective. These are what you call workarounds at the end of the day. I remember the Apollo when it first came out. You don't want to believe this, you don't have to, unless you got access to Eva Catty's files. I was the one that told them about, it's a medical ship, you need stretchers like an ambulance. Then the medical was born. Then I turned around and said it has to be drones. And that's how it came out. But it wasn't properly flushed out before the girl left. Okay? That was the Apollo and how the drones were born. Don't want to believe shit, you don't have to. Let's look at this. The Pimac, the Toby eye tracking. Where do you think the Velcro came from? It was me. Yeah, exactly. Who am I? I'm nobody. It came down to common sense and logic. Because in them days, CIT did not was not using VR. Alright, there was not. Okay? I had a 42-inch screen, curved. And I was using it, okay, when VR hadn't even come out by that time. Mr. Jones says to me, how do you get it to work if the module is inside the TV? I said, no, the module's not inside the TV. The module, the infrared system is in the module, and you can have that within anything within 2 meters of your line of sight. Then he turned around to me and says to me, how do you attach it to a curved TV? I says, use Velcro. And he did that. But one thing he didn't know, like I says, he's not an engineer, he's a programmer. At the end of the day, trying to sell products. He went and got the Velcro. Well, guess what? Velcro, it needs glue. You're not going to have your TV and start boring a hole into a £4,000 TV, you're not. So he got the Velcro and he used it with glue, but the TV forms heat. So if it forms heat, the Velcro is going to melt. You need a strong adhesive stuff at the end of the day, right? The no nail shit. So he used the Velcro with the cheap glue. Okay, and when it got warm, it fell off. Everybody was complaining. But like I said, at the end of the day, when you know these things, blah blah blah, you know certain things. Why? Because I had did all this already. And it's not saying that they're wrong. It doesn't work there now by the sounds of it. So when I said in day, I know these things, it's just explaining it. It don't come out right. There's a lot more things I've done where this came concerned. And now, I'm saying to you, also Pimax, I was telling about the RAM and the memory. Pimax is not going to cut it. Because Star Citizens because technology is moving so fast and they are behind. Pimax is not, Samsung Galaxy is not the best, but it's got what Star Citizens need at this present time and moment. But guess what? I am not going to buy it. The Swan, the Pico Swan, I'm not buying it. That's got what it needs for Star Citizens. But I see Pico as a cheap replica. Okay, and just like the Meta Quest, they get dated bloody quick. Now when I talk about dated, look at the index. Look how many years that lasted. Why did that die? Because Windows changed their programming and some third party had to write a script to make it work. That's industry for you. Now this test here is to find out, can I load the whole B on my ship, the Polaris? And I say the answer is it don't look like it can do it. Have you noticed how carefully I'm moving these boxes? I'm not throwing them around like everybody because these boxes are 17 tons. Okay, so don't think for 1 minute because I'm using a little small tractor beam. Remember, these tractor beams are not done properly, okay? So don't let it fool you. They can friggin' kill you. This is what you call jerry-rigging, alright? Using what you've got in game to come to a solution to what you're trying to do. Oh boy, this is not gonna be easy. trying to make a platform. And I'm doing hit and miss, if you know what that means. That means I'm judging it manually without the proper tools. What is this all about? Remember, don't go by these, because remember it's about getting this ship in the Polaris when it's not extended. I've already told you about the weight and the center of gravity. 17 tons times by 388. That's just mental quick arithmetics. And I have to be very careful because these thrusters will shift them boxes. Why? Because the mass of this ship is more than 17 tons. Okay. Like I says, the thrusters on the ship is a lot more. I'm not trying to land the ship, okay? I want to know the head height to see if the whole B can fit in the Polaris, and already it's told me no. I take that back. Well, like I said, no it won't, it's the back end. Wait a minute. You see, if I had somebody else here now, they could shut the doors. Now there's a couple of inches on the spring loaded. The front is cleared. And the back is cleared. Don't look at the extended cargo, okay? It's the tip of the nose and the tip of the engines at the back. I still say it will just fit by the skin of its teeth. If my old program hadn't shut down, I would have given you a definite answer. Now, according to CIG, they said they changed the boxes onto a hex from an X. The whole C is an X. Okay? Sorry, a plus. The whole C is a plus. This is technically an X. Alright? Now, when you look at it, that's 4 meters above the ground. Sorry, 2 meters above the ground. And I do believe it only needs 1 meter. Because at the end of the day, they don't need all that much clearance. Now, what I've done, I've took away the legs. That's given an extra meter. But remember, you still got another meter underneath that, and then the meter is about 1 meter, 2.5 feet, 2 feet, 3 feet. It's still a lot, but it has to grow in a certain amount because you've got the cabins in there at the end of the day. It's still 1 story, but it's only accommodating the boxes. It's not got 2 levels of room. It's not got spindles you have to walk inside. I would say when it's fully collapsed, the whole B will fit inside the Polaris. 90%, but not with the cargo extended. But you can still load the cargo in the Polaris. Why? Because it will have the tractor beam. So you'll lift it up so high, then use the tractor beam to put the cargo on the spindles. So then what that would then say is how many whole bees can you actually fit inside the Polaris? Is it 1 or will it be 2? If you could get 2 in here, the cargo then would be extended to 1,2400 upstairs, and obviously the cargo downstairs. The first thing someone's going to turn around and say, where will you store the cargo in the hangar deck? It will be classed as unsecured cargo. It will go on the walls on the outside. Sorry, I can't touch the sticks, okay, because the ship will collide. I've got missiles on here, alright? The whole B will fit in the Polaris. And only by a whisker. And if it can't, which has been shown at the moment in the last patch, you can leave the door open while you're in jump. But that's not practical. Yes, you can, because it's got the air ducts. The whole bee can fit inside. I'm not going to sit down now and work out how many whole bees now, okay? I'm not going to do it. Because they need fins on the back for stabilizers and all these kind of things. But as you can see how I work things out now, but all these are done offline. But I have to do it online because I need streaming, because these are my references. You will take snapshots. I don't take snapshots. I go back on my replays. As long as the wheels don't touch the sides, I do believe you should be able to get 2 of the whole bees inside the Polaris. whatever role you pick from there, cargo, transport or whatnot, but remember, I also do believe that they will be carrying 32 SCU boxes. The 32 SCU boxes cannot fit down those rams, but they can be fitted on the outskirts of the ships on the sides. And if I'm right, let me count how many of them will be. 4, 8, 12, 16. And if there's 2 of these ships, that's 32. 32 SCU boxes. So the next question is, can you put this inside of an 890 jump? Extended? No. Oh, wait a minute. I've not been the 890 jump for nearly a full year. Its chemistry is written differently. It's got the height, and remember, we all know we can fit a freelancer in an 890 jump. Don't forget that you can fit it. I know, I've done it, and I'm not shaving off bits either. You've seen how I fly. I fly with great precision and carefulness, because that's how my joysticks are. How much? I got enough air. I've always liked the whole beat. But I'm not going to rush out and buy it. So be honest, I'm just tired. I'm not going to rush out and buy it. Like there's a lot of ships. If it's a capital ship, hands down, and buy it. I've always said capital ships, buy small ships. I still don't agree with some of CIT's policies. And really it's tough. My numbers equation still works. And the sad thing is, I'm on my own, and I can't leave the ship to prove the theory of closing hangar doors. Remember, the missiles are for another role. And remember, at the moment, the way the game stands, the cargo at the bottom there is unsafe cargo. It doesn't need to be. Whoa. I'm trying to find somewhere to stack those cargo boxes. Engines off. Fine. Let's get these boxes stacked now. I'm not taking them off the ship, okay? Not doing that. Oh, you tipped, you bugger. I remember the days when you had to move one SU boxes in the 890 jump and it turned the ship into Skittles, and I had an X299 motherboard. That was still fast in them times. And I could just see the milliseconds just jump here and my PC started to fry. It took one person with a bit of intelligence to work out what I was trying to put in English. They slowed down the movements of the Skittles like billiards, and then they came out with bigger SCU boxes, and they still made the same mistakes because now they've now capped the big SCU boxes to 32 size containers. How do you think they're going to move the prefabs? What I'm trying to say is that they haven't got the technology to do these things yet, faster PCs and whatnot, but they've got half of it now in Gen 5. When Gen 6 comes out, they can do more things, but they don't see that far because they would have left, half the people would have been dead before then. I'm making sure that this box does not touch them boxes on the side, because if you know about Skittles, you know what. Okay, you got two barbarians. You don't let two barbarians touch each other free wheel. Okay, we'll make it worse. You got a hammer. You don't hit two hammers together. Okay? Don't ask what will happen. Don't test it. I've not done this in ages, so it is hard for me. And you know something? If I can't work this out, there is no way I can put 512 SU boxes in here, because as you seen just now, it's classed as unsafe cargo. And when boxes started to move around, we've got a slight little problem. And even this now is too much time consuming. don't work. That does not work. It is safer flat on the floor. But on the floor they do move around. It's safer flat on the floor. How much space does that take? Already it's eating up into the space. Who said what? Is that Yoza? So volley, solly, missy. Yoza, I know you just cottoned on or just came in. I've just fitted the whole B inside the Polaris. I couldn't stay on yesterday, I was just so tired. But getting the whole B on the Polaris, it can't store the bloody cargo. Not enough room. Because it's what, 4, 8, 12, 16. It's 32 times 32 SCU boxes, and that's roughly 1024 SCU boxes. It can't do it. And how big is that? You got the Hercules that only holds 700. Look how big that is. It would actually have to be one. They'd have to actually use one whole B and the other half just to store all the other boxes. That would be the only way it would be able to be done. I've got bad coffee. Open your friggin' eyes. Hey, have you noticed? I can actually talk with freedom now with my microphone. And to think I was going to throw away a £200 headset. Nah, man. Anyway, 1 minute. I've got to get Mrs. Yoza to invite me round for dinner one day. Mrs. Yoza, just in case anyone didn't know, is Yoza's sister. Now I'm not going to educate you now, because the first thing you're going to say, Yoza's sister? How do you know Yoza was into incest? Now Yoza's saying, Pepper, that's not funny. Just explain to me what it means. Okay. Mrs. Yoza is Yoza's sister or brother, but she got married, okay, to somebody else. Alright? Okay. That's not rocket science. That's somebody that ain't got no sense. It took an idiot to work out what the imbecile was trying to say. Yoza's not laughing. What's he said? Oh my word! He didn't say too much now because he knows I'm ready to take the piss out of him. Can't take me nowhere. At the end I don't call people by the name, you see. But if I said Caroline, who the hell is Caroline? You everybody scratching their head. Oh, this is Yosa's sister. Oh, well, why did I did say. I said Mrs. Yosa. Me and she's getting on first name basis now, you see. And guess what? Her husband isn't amused. And Yosa's going to tell her and say, she's not married. And I'm saying, okay, not a problem. Make this date quick, she'll marry me. And Yosa's saying, over my dead body. I don't give a shit. Oh God, I've got to finish my shit. Yosa's not got a sense of humour, by the way. He hasn't, seriously. How do I know? Every time he comes around, I've got to get one SCU full of super glue. Yeah, SCU container box. That's a big box, you know. One SCU super glue. One SCU super glue. Because yours is always losing his freaking wig. He's not saying shit now. Wait a minute. Where is... my MPUV tractor? Oh, it's over on the other side. It's the first time I've ever seen Yosa so quiet. I know what he's doing. He's in the back room getting filing his nails sharp and his nail cuts and whatnot, giving that a polish and saying, "Man and Pepper's gonna have to meet up one day. And I'm gonna make sure I'm ready. I'm gonna wipe that smile off his face." And I'm saying, no, so I'm not smiling. I've got a little job for you, Yosa, if you're interested. I need you to link up with me, okay? When you link up with me, register yourself on my Apollo. Okay? And when you've done that, fly to area 18, kill yourself, and it will prove to people you'll be back here within 10 seconds because your spawn point is set on this particular ship. Now what does that mean is most people have got their spawn points set all over the place. So if they have an accident because they're moving boxes around and they die, they're going all the way back to their home base. But there's a price. It'll cost me £100,000 a time. I know what she's there thinking, but Pepper, if you're so sure, why don't you do it? I can do, but by the time I get all that done I'm still working on the stealth, the Polaris, the radar. Oh yeah! I was looking at the radars today. There is no size 3 radars in the game. None at all whatsoever. There are only 2 ships in the Urkel. There's only 2 radars of size 4, and I know automatically one of them's a Polaris, so the other one must be the Icarus. Now, looking at the other ships, like I said, there's no size 3 radars. There's size 4. The radars are interchangeable. Now, you got ships that does different jobs and different size radars. Does that mean you can have 2 radars? Let me show you. We'll use the Carrack, because that should have a size 3 radar. It's an Explorer, and it's not a small ship. As you can see, these are 3 different types of radars on 3 different ships, and all 3 of them do different jobs. Where's the military one? That's a military one for combat. Okay. Who's to say I can't put that on this ship for long range detection? No, that's not for long. You know what I mean? You see, that's what I'm trying to say already. And you can take them off and put them on. I'm going to do that right now. Look. I'm going to take this one off this ship. Surveyor. It's free. And this one here is on the Caterpillar. Right. What ship was it? Yeah, the Carrack. Right, as you can see, the Carrack's got no radar. I'm putting the Caterpillar radar on the Carrack. Can you see what I've done? Now, depending on what that radar does, will transfer that role onto that ship, because it's the same size. But at least the command console will have to have that function on that ship at the end of the day. Now, I haven't done this yet. I just stumbled on it by accident today. And those are the radars. But the next question is, how big are these radars? Now, when I'm saying how big are the radars, remember, you got the main radar of the ships, whatever. Then you got the small radars that go on the guns. That's where I'm coming from at the end of the day. And they can't say that's not true, because on my Polaris, I've got a capital radar. I've not got no big, massive ghetto blaster guns on there. They're all size 4s. And you got ships out there that got size 5 guns on there. and they only got size 2 radars. So it's not the size of the radar at the end of the day, if you see where I'm coming from. How big are these radars? Oh, I can work that out. Oh no, I can't. Yes, I can. Now this radar that I put on this ship, that is what I would use on the Polaris. But the Polaris is an explorer. So because it's an explorer, it's got that one there reading the instructions. So the ranges can be different depending on the functionalities. So even if the radars are not sellable in the shops, which they are, because I actually seen morphologists looking one of the radar shops actually, and he said there was only one base. I don't know if it was Microtech or Area 18. But I'm glad we mentioned that, because I'm going to have a look now. Because it would be in the component. I don't even know where it is, because the components are different. Hey, wait a minute. When did the Polaris, when did the Carrot get 2 power plants? Whoa. CIG has given the Carrot a redundancy. It had 1 power plant. It's now got 2. And please don't anyone say it's always been there. No, it has not. Because that was the first thing I noticed, because I'm all about redundancy. It had 2 coolers, 2 shield generators, 1 power plant. That ship can now do stealth. One heavy industrial power plant to keep the guns off, and when they're not doing nothing, they have a stealth one with low emissions. That's what made it difficult for me. Because you can turn the power plants off, you see. And remember, at the moment you can't move around the size 3 power plants because it's too big. Now how the hell? Oh, I know the reasons why. I spent the last year building my PC and I was slightly out of the game for a bit. So it was after being done sometime before Christmas. After Christmas. Before Christmas last year. Because I was building my PC then and doing research on hardware. And avionics, we can swap around the radars, but I don't know what functionalities we've got. Is there any software out there that apps that will actually tell me? We know we've got military to detect ships. We know we've got industrial to protect minerals. No, there is no app actually, but CIG did a few years ago tell us the different types of radars that did different jobs. I'd have to go back and search out for that actually. Won't be a minute, you guys. I think I scared off Yoza.
Systems off. Systems activating. Systems on. Launch complete.
I still don't know why my PC's locked at 20 frames. Should be on 40 frames. "30 frames, sorry. "240, yes, that's okay. Ah, here it is. 30 frames, put it back to 30. Put it back to 30, 20. Okay. So I can actually control the IGPU. Okay, let's go to 25. Ah, yes, I get it now. I am now actually controlling what's coming through on the stream. 30. So my iGPU is capped at 30 frames. Okay. And that's its headroom. I bought... Wait. What's he say? No, there's not talking. Wait a minute. Right. I've missed Texas here. What time do you call this? Oh, that's yours on miss. Somebody get that. Whole B must. I read that bit. No, I can't see him. He hasn't written no. Oh, he must have made a spelling mistake. No, it's okay. If he deletes it, it must be a reason. It's something he doesn't want me to say on there. That's why he's deleted it. Right, okay. So the iGPU can be controlled by the NVIDIA app. If I want more speed out of the iGPU, I would have to lessen the quality. That would be then down to the NVIDIA app. No, not the NVIDIA. What do you call that crap again? What's that program called? OBS. So OBS is running at its maximum as we speak there now. So what that tells me, if I want to stream an OBS and use the iGPU, the present one that we've got now and the Intel won't work. I need to over lake. Okay, I get it. There is 6 missiles left. Eight missiles left. 9. So if I want to stream and increase the quality of my streaming, I have to use a 5090, and I don't want to use any more of my graphics capabilities. So let's drop, but this should not matter on the lossless scaling. See? I should be able to put that back to 240. I should be able to go to 360 on the lossless scaling, and it should not affect the iGPU with the streaming. 360. It's locked. Brilliant. No, it's dropped a bit. What that means? Why is it struggling then? I know it's struggling, but I can't see where. Anyway, let's get my gun out. hold a lot of bloody missiles. Right, he said, yesterday I bought a military grade AS2 radar at Omega Pro shop in New Babbage. It was New Babbage. You were, okay, I'm going to New Babbage. New Babbage, here we come.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
He bought a what? A military, okay. A military what? Grade A. Oh my word. Okay.
Your please visitors ahead. Goodbye.
Torch. It's took me all day. One, two, three. You see, that's just it. This ship is not bad. It can store the bloody, what do you call it? But it won't let me. And I'm going to show that in a minute. R. And that's what let this ship down. Look. Oh! They fixed it! Brilliant! Or have they? Yeah, they have. But not properly. Can I use it? Engines on. They fixed it. I can now use this ship. Not all of them though. Or can I? I can only do 3 missiles. Well, it's better than nothing. I can use this to do my test. Engines on.
Engines on. Launch complete.
Oh, by the way, if you're still there, Yoza, I've changed the guns. These ones that had them cannon ballistics on them, I've now changed them. Okay, now these, what I mean by that, because the way CIG's done their guns, I've got these ones, oh god, you know them repeaters, I can't remember the name of them. Or can it, what do you call it? Altricians, I think they were called. These can shred shields. Okay. Now, when it shreds the shields, the power of those can also knock out an enemy's guns like nobody's business. Okay, but it can't. Sorry there, AZ blah blah 99. I'm actually doing stress testing at the moment. Okay. And Peregrine, sorry about that. I'm actually doing stress testing at the moment. If you want, type something in the stream. Okay. And we can work it out from there. But I am doing PTU testing. Anyway, back to what I was there. Right, Yoza. The Altricians, right, can shred the shields, okay, on any ships. Just like the size 1s on them small ships. You know that already. But the cannons, because the repeaters, they're useless or near enough useless against ships because of the way it deflects things. You know what I mean? Okay. But aim it at a gun. It will knock out any gun within one shot. All right. Those now, it's a totally different kettle of fish. It can't shred the shields as quick. But when the shields are down, it will frig up any hull at its size. Now this throws out more firing power. You better listen very carefully, because remember it's about hit points. Them four size 4 cannons throw out more power
Alert. Port crash close.
than my ghetto blasters. Batty busters, sorry. They throw out more power, but the difference is this has got the range of 5.5 kilometers, I think it is, where these struggle at about 3 kilometers. I don't know the exact numbers at the end of the day, but it's like understanding your weapons. So those are for stripping the shields pretty quickly, then you can take out the guns of the weapons of the enemy ship. Okay, that's what those will do. Okay, so don't think when you've shot down the shields you'll be killing big ships with them guns. You'll knock out small ships like nobody's business. You know what I mean? But ships like the Polaris, it won't take down as quick. Well, those, if that can strip the shields, okay, and that's on, that will kick the whole business like nobody's business. So they can both work together, but don't mix and match them. Those guns you can't mix and match. Now the tachyon beams, you know, but you've seen how they work at it. I know you don't like them, I understand the reasons why. It takes training. But them tachyon beams have got a very short range of 1 kilometer. I know it says 1.5 kilometers, but let me give you the mathematics now. Okay? Just play with me for a bit. No, not literally play with me. This ship is 200 meters in length. Okay? Now, if the ship is 200 meters in length, you have to take away the distance of these guns. So if these guns are 1.5 meters, it's 1.2 meters. You see where I'm coming from? From the front, from the back to the front. So you have to be at least 12 meters in front of the ships to work, for those guns to work at the end of the day. But in my calculations, I think they dropped it again actually. It was 1.2 to 1.8. CIT keeps messing with the numbers. Where it's okay, alright, let's just say you have to be within 800 meters from the ship. That is not much. I've got a javelin 400 meters in length. See where I'm coming from? It won't work. Look at the and them guns, they come with the merchantman and they're at the back of the ship. So at the end of the day, if you want to use them tachyon beams to shoot anything, you have to turn the battery to the enemy to get the full 1.5 meters. But guess what? They're not going to get too close, because if they get too close, they've got the rattlers, and if it's an enemy ship, he's going to want to get close with his guns, and because the rattlers are so fast, it will mess with the enemy ship. They will have to keep their distance. So technically speaking, the rattlers are supposed to work with those guns, but there's not enough of them. Now my tachyon beams at the end of the day, that works okay, and as you know, on the sides here I've got the sucker punches and the cannons to kick down the ship's shields at the end. That's just it. The repeaters would be better. Because if the repeaters could take down the ship's shields pretty quick, the sucker punches could shut down the ship. But the cannons all, you see where I'm coming from. It all depends on the role and how you equip your ship. But remember, we're not combat, we're explorers, so we're scavengers. But if a hammerhead's coming at me, I can't outrun a hammerhead. But if I can get his damn shields down, I'm making sure them shields don't come back up again until the middle of next week. But you see, all this is all in testing at the end of the day. I'm talking as if only Yoza was the only one on the bloody ship. He's not. Anyway, I'm not going to do anything at the moment. I am going to Omega to look at these missiles. Orison. Oh, he's on his way to Orison. Oh, does that mean I'm on my way to Orison? Make sure you got clean socks on, Yoza. Cause I know you're gonna want to come on my ship, and the stench last time wasn't nice. Pixel, we call it pixel stench. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. I can actually use the ship to load the size-3 missiles. So we can take the missiles off here, load them onto here, but it says I can only do 3 out of the 7. So that means what I'm going to have to do now, it's not, I can't store all the talk about radars. I've got to store all the radars of the Urkel in my head because I've not got the AI working yet. Well, I've got it working. I ho, it's off to Omega I go. I ho. Which dog is howling now? Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Somebody's about to take the piss out of me and my howling now. Pepper, this was a perfectly good frigging stream till you started singing. You know how to mess up the dinner plate, don't you? No. I know how to mess up your appetite though. I thought you were ready. Yeah, no, Jose, you know when I start rambling with the gum choppers, it takes them half an hour for me to shut up. 1 minute. Engines on.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Weapons system is off.
I'm just cutting down the emissions. I've got it down to 9.9 kilometers. It also says the life support is going to be in the game in this patch, but nothing's showing up on the meter readings. Down to 7.5 kilometers. Down to 7.2 meters.
Shields are off.
Nine point 3.6.
Take off. Collision alert.
Thanks for visiting Orison, official home of Crusader Industries, the Empire.
Do you want to know how long it took me to leave? I've been on here since 6 o'clock this morning, and now it took me 7 hours to leave, to get my ship ready, to go to Microtech to hold Yosa's hand. I must be at my rocker. Look, I missed it in the last 30 seconds. It's not your hand away to hold the miss. I also thought he was in RS. Wait a minute. I'm still, wait a minute. I thought I'm not. No, wait 1 minute. Where are these missiles? Yeah, so I'm right there. No, you're confusing me. It's not about you. I am going to pick up or read. I'm going to Microtech to pick up the radars. Let's keep it simple. My brain's getting stupid here. It's NEW. Alright. Everybody's going to Microtech.
Landing gear raised. Water drive is now on. Weapons system is on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on.
Okay. I know. Oh. I know Discord is a bad thing. And it's gonna mess everything up.
Quantum drive is now off.
Right, Discord's not working. Already I've got lag. I'm down to 19 frames. It is not the game, it's definitely Discord. How can I control this now? I'm gonna have to turn it back up again. Whoa! Right, let's see if I can tune it for 120. 120. Where is I've got to cut the frame down to 20. How can Discord make everything so bad? $240. My PC does not like Discord one little bit. Right, I'm on Discord, but my PC's gone AWOL.
System off.
You can see my frames are down to 19. Everything's shot. Now once we turn Discord off, now Discord's now turned off. Everything's gone back to normal. I have to get the in-game sound working. Things are playing up on me here. What the hell's going on now? Shit. I didn't set my spawn. I'm stuck inside. It's fixed. I can smell yours as sweaty socks from here. Not a pleasant sight.
Be sure to explore all New Babbage has to offer, whether it's the latest in cutting-edge technology or...
Hello. and welcome to New Babbage, capital city of microtech, where creative innovation meets innovative creativity.
I'm walking like I want to go to the toilet.
Well, thanks for listening.
What do you
I
mean,
hope
thanks
you
for
enjoy your
listening?
time in New Babbage.
I'm the one that want to go to the toilet, not you. You shithead.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers. The capsule will be leaving the station momentarily.
If I don't know where I'm going, I just have to keep smelling yours of socks. It'll get me to the right place. Pepper, you're not funny, man. Why do you just leave me alone and get on with the game? Oh, okay. I can see why nobody doesn't like Pepper. It doesn't shut the frig up. Okay. Them sweaty socks are getting stronger. I'm down to 20 frames on streaming. I'm still kicking 240.
Wow, amazing.
Oh my word. Just let me just step back a couple of steps. The stench got worse. Look at me, she's gonna have to get him some soap for his socks. Oh, his shoes. He's got blisters in his shoes. Look, look, look. Let me give him a polish. You see, look. Look, his shoes have come part of the films and started to rust. Okay, where's he gone? Okay, I'll get on with the job. Right. Take off the armor tracking. There they are. So it's... Wait, take off all that. Right, here we go. Service joined. They've got quite a few radars here actually. What would you RAD spelled? I can tell by looking at them. R-A-D. Okay. That's not how it's spelled. There's one raid. Wow. Right, let's do it the proper way. Avionics. I know they're on the avionics. RAD, yeah, I did put in RAD. There's a shitload of them. That's a size 3 radar. That's a size 2 radar. No, read each one. There's no description on that one. Well, that's expensive. Superior quality radar able to accurately provide information on your vehicle's surroundings. What is it? Civilian. Oh, here's a powerful one. Avoid getting tunnel vision with the radar, offering exceptional performance all around. This radar will help you keep you informed. That's a size 3 radar. But the question is, there's no ship that does size 3. This one. Expand your horizons. Industrial. What's this one? That's expensive. Ah, size. This was the one that I saw in Urkel. This one's got low emissions, but that's size B. Any more in there sneaking up on me? This must be the one I've got already. But what ships did they go on? Industrial size A. Military size A. What's he saying? Anything? So when you get to Omega Trading Terminal, select avionics in the start drop down, and in the second drop down you can select the radar. Ah, got you. I already did that. Right. Okay. Whoa. Slow down. Let's go back to the top. The problem is the grade 4 radars. Now, according to CIG, why can you buy radars and it will specify, say, size 4 components can... Ah, no, that's not what CIG said. If you want to use the size 4 components, you have to be at docking station. Okay. Civilian A. Industrial B. I'm gonna buy that one. Oh, careful, I only want one. That was industrial. By the time I've studied these radars, the patch will be live. I just bought that for sake of buying it. Reason being, I didn't see any ships with size 3 radars. And I'm almost sure the Carrack is size 3. Now one thing I do know, the size 4 radars. Well, wait a minute. No, yours just doesn't take size 4 radar. Well, that means yours is supposed to be size 3 radars then. Right. Yours is, it just should be size 3 radars. That's just below mine. Let's see what I've got for radar. No, make your way back.
Hi.
They've got nothing on wanting guns at the moment. Radars is what I've come to look at.
Hi.
How big are the... Where does the radars go in these ships? I'm gonna have to search now, aren't I?
Then my ship gets busted and my insurance won't pay out. Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers. The capsule will be leaving the... Careful, doors are now closing.
Can change the radars on the smallest ships. I've got the Polaris. And you're gonna deny me of that? Well, by the Icarus then, if the Polaris don't work, and you won't spend another £2 on the Icarus.
Nearing next stop. The capsule will be leaving the station momentarily. and welcome to New Babbage.
Ready to upgrade? Located in the plaza, the factory line has all of Microtech's latest offerings.
What did it say? Down the side for a radar, it just got hollow cube and the freight elevator. Huh? Well, while you're working out, I'm going to leave it to you while I sink the ship. No, first I'm going to make myself a sign of main nosy. first things first.
Welcome to the ASOP
Let's
vehicle
sink
retrieval system.
the Polaris.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Damn, the size 4 radar, it just a hollow cube on the freight elevator. Yours, there was 2 size 4s.
Please visit us again. Bye.
Now, according to manuscript, when I was at Microtech, the size 4s were greyed out. Come on, CIT, don't make me waste my bloody credits. Huh. Ah, okay. So the size 4 radar is not working in the game. And there are no ships with size 3 radars. I'm going to have a look. I've still got the old manuals. Wait a minute. Well, what size would the Orion be then? What size would the ship that yours has got? Have I got that ship? The Reclaimer. The Perseus is not free. Wait. Who says that Perseus is size 4 radar? It's not a capital ship. It won't go in the Perseus. It's not a capital ship. Yours has got me there going in my Urkel. I don't want to. But the Urkel doesn't list all the trips. If I remember correctly. No, I know it doesn't. I don't think the Polaris. RSI Perseus, or is it Amble Perseus? Perseus is RSI, I'm almost sure of it. The Perseus is size 2. But what size is the 890 jump then? Origin 890 jump. Oh! Okay. When did they make the 890 jump a size 4 radar? The 890 jump can take size 3 radars. Okay. And size 1s. So the 890 jump with size 3 radars. Okay. What's the reclaimer? No, what's the Icarus? The Icarus is not size 4 radar. CIG, don't take the piss now. Okay. The Aegis is size 3 radars. Let me look at the battle one. What is the Carrack? Why did they make the 890 jump a size 4 radar? When did they sneak that one in? Let's look at the Carrack again. Anvil Carrack. Size 2 radar. So if the Carrack is size 2 radars, what the antennae that it's got on there then? Anyway, let's get back to the So you're telling me I can stick the Polaris radar on the 890 jump? So what I've got to now do is get the 90 jump up here, like yesterday.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
How long do I have to wait? 1 hour. My coffin can't wait that bloody long.
Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
So what's the cooldown time? I'd have to fly back. Let me get these hollow boxes you're just telling me about. Right, it says the 890 jump is not boardable elevator. Air. You can't enter the 890 jump. .890 jump has not got a. It's been switched up. I hear you, Yoza. I hear you 100%. But it's got a docking collar. What station's got a docking collar? That would use that. Good question. It would have to be a space station, wouldn't it? Maybe you can fly a small ship to enter that way. I don't. Yeah, you can do. I would. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yes, you can. Yeah, you can. I know exactly what you're thinking. And the best ship for that would be the MPUV tractor. No, not the MPUV tractor. The MPUV personnel, the one that stores 8 people. I did it in that once many moons back. The other ship that can do that would be the Pisces, because that's got a back elevator. But the one that is built to do that is the MPUV tractor, but it's been years. And then you can unlock the ship. So basically what you would say, spawn the ship, one takes out the MPU tractor and fly over to the ship. But it won't let you use. That's a whole lot of working out. That's not going to be done today. That won't be done today.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
It'll have to actually be done in the live, yo. Because I can see about 2 or 3 failed attempts. Okay. Then we're going to have to find the station. No, you can actually do that at a home base, like you said. Then use one of the ships. So you'll need, if you fall to your death, you'll need a medical ship in the hangar bay. That's number 1. It can be done straight away, but we've not done it. What's about just hold?
Your please visit us again. Goodbye.
Oh, the whole A's inside the ship. So you can't get into the whole hay straight away. The Polaris is blocked. Let's see what these things look like. That's the old one Yosa was telling me about. Oh, I've got all 3. That's the hollow one he's talking about. Maybe you can fly a small ship on top. No, not on top. Okay, because the doors don't open on top of the 890 jump. They've got docking ports on the side. you should be able to get in through the docking ports on the side. But I haven't flown that ship for nearly 2 years. If the ramps don't work like you said, which I'm not debating, the only access is the docking collar through the sides. The Pisces can do it as a single player, or the MPUV as a double player. There are so many ways actually. I'll assess the situation and get back to Orison. I would say the MPUV personnel would be the best person with 2 people. One with a steady hand on the control that can get it right to the docking collar at the back, so the other person in the party can open the door on the... Wait a minute, no, yeah, because the 890 jumper's got a ledge. I can see where you're coming from. Yes, Yoza, it can be done with one person. Get the a small ship, land it on top of the 890 jump, then walk down the side to the docking collar, then you can open up the doors from there. But the thing is, where is the radar? I don't know where the radar is on this ship. I'm about to find out now though. On this ship is fixed. Maybe you can fly a small ship on top and enter it that way. Yeah, you can, but I don't even think the ships are stable on top of the 890 jump like they used to. The doors have to be open. The only way you can do that, no, the only way you can land on it, but then it will float off. But it can, and then walk to the side and open the doors from there. But I'm just looking for the radar in this ship at the moment. Don't stay stable. Alright, that's been proven. I could be searching all day for this damn radar. Maybe you can fly. It's in the engineering section. Right, so go back into the engineering. Torch. Ah, wait a minute. Torch. Where's the control panel? Go to control panel. It will tell me where the life support is. Let's get some light on in this ship. See, ship's too damn dark. Wait a minute, there's no life support in here. Oh, did I have another problem? Oh! Wait a minute. Life support is being turned off, and I've been running around without my helmet. Let's go back in the engineering. I won't bother turning things on just yet. Ah, look at it, look at it. Right, so we've got life support working in the game. Alright, okay. Okay, shit. CIG, it's not that easy because most of the people, they run around the ship with the helmets on.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
We want bloody air on the ship. Okay. Why? CIG sneaked that one in good, didn't they? Alt H. Yoza might not understand what he's reading, but he remembers what he's reading. I understand what he's reading, but I don't remember what he's reading. Look. Told you. I have to pressure test the whole friggin' shit. No, I don't need to actually. I never. Has he actually tested this himself? That's a sneaky one. Okay. Let's turn it down to 1 bar. Let's see what we have now. Yes, Yoza, I will be going into the engineering section, but I didn't take the life support seriously. And I bet that's the reason why I was dying. Wait, let's have a look. I got my helmet off, okay? Turn off life support. I have to stay in first person for this. They want to put this in. I need this in. I got so interested in the life support, I've forgotten I've got to be doing the radar. I don't think it's working properly. I have to reverse everything. If I turn off the life support in the cockpit, people drop dead. If I turn life support off in the engineering people still look at you and smile and shoot you in the back. I'm not there yet. I don't want to get caught with my pants down, okay? Just let me reverse the life support. I think I've reversed it now. It seems like the life support in the engine room isn't working as intended. Reason why I say that is I turned off the life supports in the cockpit. Bit started to freeze, but when I went into the engine room, the central heating was still turned on. Didn't need a willy warmer again. Right, let's have a look again. Now let's turn it off. Now, this is now with the cockpit supposed to be in full control. That says the engineering needs more tests, and that cannot be done today because I still haven't done the missiles yet. I'm not a tester for CIG anymore, they don't need shit from me. Aye. I broke it. Pepper, you're not supposed to touch things that don't concern you. Right, now let's look for... Let me just check something first. Let me put my helmet back on. I'm not taking no chances. Okay, helmet. Okay, what's happening? Is the update out now? Update. I think are you talking about in the PTU? Or are you talking about in the live? If you're talking about in the live, if I know CIG, it won't be until midnight tonight. If you're talking about the PTU, Yo's calling my name again. They do it every day, apart from the weekends unless something's broken. But that's not what CIG said. You don't listen to the pheasants like me. We don't know shit. Okay? We can only speculate. Only listen to when you hear it from CIG themselves. Okay? That's why there's so much things going wrong in CIG's shit. Because idiots like us speak up we don't know. It don't mean so we're always wrong though. Where was that? Oh yeah, that's it. And that was to the Hunter. Is the update out now? Hey, your spelling is as bad as my reading and writing when I'm trying to speak English. And I can't even speak the Queen's English. He. Sorry, 1 minute. Say again. Look, I'm backward in time, okay? The Queen. I've not died yet. Queen King's English. Frick the blasted king. I'm not gonna fall in here, well anyway. I'm not getting in politics because I'm a joker. And people like to use excuses at the end of the day. And guess what? Ben Laden is my best friend, so don't be messing with me now, okay? Oh God, people don't like me. They don't know when to take me seriously. No, you need to take me seriously. Bin Laden is my best friend, alright? And I don't like Yoza. Yoza don't come out of his house anymore. Where was... yeah. Come on, keep focus, keep focus. I know Yoza saying, keep my friggin' name out, but it's got nothing to do. What's happening here? Okay. Can you see life support fluctuating? Ah. Let's turn it off completely. Life support's offline, you're now suffocating like a mother. Yeah, I get you. Life support is working 200%. It can't cope. It don't like it. Alright. Okay, let's talk about the coolers. It's kind of warm in here. The coolers were overheating. Bring life support down 1. Bring life support down 2. People are not happy. Turn off that. Turn off the shields. Turn off the radar. Shit, how much of the system do I need to turn off? Oh. I feel sorry for Doctor, you know, he wants to be an engineer and he can't keep the bloody room stable. Well, I did it. Increase the coolers. This is worse than playing bloody Tetris. Pepper, you're supposed to be looking at the radar, not playing friggin' Tetris. We can drop the life support. Okay. No, that's too high. People will be falling flat. That's about average. Let's cool down the systems a bit more. Okay. Okay. Right, now let's get, now everything there is now stabilized. I know something. I'm glad you mentioned it. Let's just have a look. Oh no, for me to actually see that, I'd have to shut down the game. Strategy does things in a funny way, you see. Let's see. Let me have a look. I don't think I can do it this way. I'd have to actually shut down the game. Basically, for me to find, like I'm in game at the moment, to find out if the PU has gone live in 2.7, I presume that's what you're asking, I'd have to shut down the game. Now, where was I? Believe me, if it had gone live, somebody would have told me by now. Right, where were we? We are looking for the radar. Ah, I found it. Oh, it's right there in front of me, innit? Okay. So the radar, so that side is the health thing. Okay. What missiles are these? That's the front of the ship. So these are the radar. I am here. So the radar would be to the left of me. Let me just see if we can look at the side. Yes. Not here. It should be here somewhere. If it's not the radar, it should be the life support. Oh wait a minute, this is not that. R T. I know it's not this section, okay, I'm just looking. There it is. How do I get to it? Is that it? That's life support. Huh? Okay. Well, that means the other side would be... No, that's life support. That's not the radar. So that means this side would be the radar. I got no sense of direction whatsoever. Don't put a compass in my hand. Let's go back here and look again. This time use the mobiGlas. That's life support. But if I am here, it should be there. I've got to head towards the engineering, and it's the first on the left. But I can't get there, so I've got to go down the stairs, down the lift. I tried that. Ah, okay. I'm just as thick as everybody else. Got a big, dirty, big Idris, and I can't even find life support. she also said, so I just got into my 890 jump. What have they done? Is live? Have they done? Is leave the hangar doors open so you can fly straight in without having to mess around. Gotcha. I know you're gonna keep me informed and then get me back into that bloody 890 jump I've not been for years. Q. I'm still trying to find the bloody radar. Okay. So I'm totally in the wrong section. I got to go all the way back up again and head towards engineering. Alright. It says engineering there. So what am I doing where I'm not supposed to be? Alright, now I'm in engineering. That's where I am. If that's life support, that way goes back to the hangar. I want to be in this section here, where the stairs are. So face the stairs. Okay. So it's behind me. It's in this corridor somewhere. That's the lifts. So if it's not that, how the fuck do I get up there? battery system. That's a jump drive. Battery components. If that's but didn't these used to work and CIG shut them all down? You know you want to come aboard and do some no, Yosa, I'm not going to show you my crown jewels. I'm trying to find this bloody life support. Give me a minute. Bam back, what's he saying? You know you want to come aboard and do some nude swimming with look at miss, I think he also needs your attention. No, come on, little miss. Look, you've got to hit the man's ego. Me, if I can't wet his ego, I'd have been committing suicide. I go on doing new swimming when he starts doing comparing. He wishes he never said a word. Right, okay, that's a relay. That's engineering. Singe cannons. Oh, that's the front of the ship. Well, what's this then? The quantum drive. Ah! So if I make my way to the quantum drive, the quantum drive should take me back either to the blah 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 at the end. Okay, let's try that. I know where the quantum drives are. That's not taking us to the quantum drive. Let's explore down. This takes you to the quantum drive. That's the quantum drive, okay? That's a thing. No, it's not. Huh? Now it's playing games with me. Oh, I've been looking for this bloody thing for nearly an hour now. I'm a man that don't give up so easy. See. Am I in the right place looking in the wrong place? Wait a minute. Let's just say I know it's not here. If that's life support. What's this? Can't they put writings on this shit? It won't make any difference to you, Pepper. You can't read. That's a jump drive. Gravity. I've almost given up looking now. Rooms. What's happening? I forgot what I was supposed to be searching for now. Radar, that was it. The radar's there. What is this? If I can find this. I'm sure I saw the quantum drive. The quantum drive. Let's go and find the quantum drive, not the jump drive. I don't know my head from my tail. That's the bridge. We know that already. Okay. The quantum drive is the back of the ship. Somehow I keep missing it. So it's telling me to turn round and then come back on myself. So I've got to go up some stairs. How many times have I done that? Those are the stairs. No, it's not. These are the stairs. That's the quantum drive. Jump. Ah, idiot. Jump drive, quantum drive, the same bloody thing. So that means here is one and the other one is the other. Right, okay. That's where the damn shit goes, but there's no writing. You don't need writing, Pepper, you can't read anyway. Yeah, don't tell the idiots that. There's the live. It says it right there. T. Life support. But where do you hang it? It must be there. So it's official. No. Right. So it's official. No more PTU build while they warm up the servers for the live. Why? Can't they afford the heating bill or something? No, 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 no. How do you warm up a server? You have to switch it on and make sure it's at a certain temperature. No, I'm just being an idiot. Okay. I have to act like I have to act like 95% of the imbeciles in Star Citizens, okay? Don't say idiots, I said imbeciles. I don't have to warm for server. Oh. Ah! They've got to first wake up Sid James, not Sid James, what's the idiot's name again? No, not Jarrad. He's the imbecile. That's the guy, yeah, Chris Roberts. They have to wake him up, get the key off him, then when they found out, go downstairs, put the key in what they call it, find out it's the wrong key, go back and get the bloody key. The guy got both keys, they've just blown up CIG. So they got to warm it up. So it's not still coming until tomorrow night. No. I'm reading what Yosa State's saying. I'm trying to make him lose his wig. I need to use some of this glue, you see. Oh, he's only worked it out hairdryer. Okay. Well, that took me an hour to find live support, but there's no doors. I know I found it because it's written here, live support. It says live support right there. And the only access point is right there. Well, Pepper, listen. You know CIG don't write things the way it's supposed to be written, and you know where it is, so just go and get the willy and stick it in. I'm not getting it, that's why. I am not getting it, that's why. I used to get it 5 times a day, and now I'm getting once every 6 months. No wonder I'm sexually deprived. Oh God, I don't want to go any further because people will be buying me off the freaking server, and CIG wants to warm it up. Oh gosh, I'm in pain. Where the hell am I? CIG in the bloody really warm. I'm very warm now. Oh gosh, I'm yawning. What's he said? He hasn't said anything. All of a sudden, everybody wants that prim and proper because the idiots just walked in. We're talking about me, by the way. I'm the idiot, alright? Oh, gosh. I don't even know which one's which. Well, they're both 220 kilos, so it doesn't really matter, does it? The big monstrosity. And I know what you're saying, that's what she said. But Yoza, they weren't referring to you, they was referring to me. And I wasn't referring to me, I was referring to the jump drive. No, it's not jump drive, it's like life support. That even makes it even worse. I need a bloody pacemaker. Okay, up higher. Now yours just said when he was moving the shit, it got stuck. Now I've got to manually put it in. Oh, that's what she said. It doesn't work. No, you're supposed to push it in and out. It's not working. Oh my word, it's not working. It's not that big, is it? I feel so disillusioned. I want some big fig of monstrosity. I must be putting it in the wrong place. Yo, no, look at me. I'm not asking around now, okay? Oh my word. So it's official, no more PTU bundles while they warm up the service for a live. Can't believe it snowed all day, you know. Ain't there any lights in this bloody place? Oh. been searching around idiots for a bloody light switch. After all. Okay, we now have a bit of light. That's better. Simple little light switch is like hide and go friggin' seek. No light switch in the engineering room. How did they expect me to see what I'm looking for? That's why it took me so friggin' long. Ow, I just tripped over a friggin' massive dick. Couldn't miss that, could you? Oh, god, dick. Oh gosh, I'm getting to can't find it. Can somebody please tell me how to get the life support in the bloody crap? I've been searching all day. Oh gosh. What time is it? it took me an hour to find the life support room. No, the radar. Wait a minute. Life support? I'm not looking for the friggin' life support. I'm looking for the friggin' radar. Oh no, come on, man. Give me a break, please. Alright, okay. Alright. We know I'm tired and I'm fatigued, okay? I'm not asking you to have sympathy for me because in CIT you're not allowed to make mistakes, okay? This is life support. So if this is life support, the other side should be the radar. Duh. Okay? Outside the radar. And it's not the gravity generator. All my life I've been cursing people, say they're the friggin' idiots. Only to found out it's not them that's a friggin' idiot, it's me. That should be it. find some there must be some writing somewhere. Oh god, I'm so tired now. What's this about the ship loadout app? I think I found it, but there's no holes to stick it in. I tried pushing it in and out. Well, if you didn't react, I wouldn't be trying now, would I? Oh god, I can't find where it goes. Where it goes. Oh boy. Ah. They're warming up the server. It's not the server they're warming up. They've got to download it to something like them big servers. They're the one that's transmitting the data. I just keep going now, and I'm getting cold again. I need 30 more views, and I got 300 views for the day. But I need to have a 5-minute break. I don't want to kill the stream. I am entitled to half an hour break. Now how can I put half an hour break? I've not written the script to say be back in 30 minutes. Have a tea break. I've not got an ad to show other things meanwhile. But you know what, you guys? I'm not going to kill the stream. I'm going to keep the stream going. Okay? And I'm going to have half an hour's break. Get something fresh to eat. So the stream will be going, but the game will be shut down. And I'll reload back in about... What time is it now? Time now is 1700 hours. I'll be back in here roughly about 1700 hours. That's half an hour from now. I'm not killing the stream, I'm leaving it on. And then, you know what? I'm going to carry on because I've got the missiles to be working out. Because the whole idea at the end of the day, before I was distracted for the last hour of finding the radar, I'm going to come back and I'm going to do the last hour on the missiles. So I'll fly from Pyro. Oh, I will fly from Microtech when I get back in half an hour all the way to Pyro. Because that's the only place where I can test the missiles at work. I know they actually work, but at the end of the day, I just wanted to rearm and reload with the missiles. Now, I don't need missiles in the live. Why don't I need missiles in the live? Because the Idris that I've got don't take missiles. Well, that's a load of cobblers. I've got the Firebird. That takes missiles. I've got the Furies. They take missiles. And I've got loads of ships that gives 3 missiles. So I'll just rip the lot off them and take the missiles off those. But I'm going to have half an hour's break. So you guys stay tuned. The stream will be up, but it'll be on the loading screen. I'll be in Discord. No. Yeah, I can go in Discord now because I'm not on stream. So don't forget, you guys, if you want to join us, the Discord app's there. You'll find us in there. But I'm having a half an hour stream break at the moment, okay? I need it. Even by boo yos, I can boo you. It will stay on this stream. One two one two one two. 1 2 1 2 1 2.
So the RSI Aurora is the quintessential starter Star Citizen ship.
For people that have been with the project a long time, it was one of the first ships that they saw.
So it gave you that first experience of boarding your own ship, exploring the interior, although limited, and then finally climbing into the pilot seat and then taking off for your first mission or exploration. Whilst the game has evolved over the last decade and we have learned a lot more about building spaceships in that time, we felt that now was the right time to go revisit the Aurora series.
Doing a follow-up of the original Aurora is actually quite the task because you have to make sure that it's as beloved as the original.
The Mark II combines the classic DNA of the original Mark I Aurora and then brings it up to modern day standards both in terms of visuals and gameplay loop.
RSI tend to want to kind of push the boundaries a little bit. They want to look back and see what they've done in the past and what was successful, but they're not scared to really embrace new ideas. We've tried to keep the overall proportions and styling of the base Aurora with the Mark II, but we just tried to sharpen it up.
It has a really angular style. It looks really sleek. Everything flows, and it has this sort of layered, armored look.
The circular door is still there to enter the ship, but it's hidden by the newer layered RSI door designs.
We've still got those really iconic 4 wings down the sides that give the ship its length.
There's also some doors that open up and they show the VTOLs underneath, which are these fans that help support the ship while it's changing trajectories.
There's even a cool new feature where you can vault onto the top of the ship over the front canopy.
My favorite part of that entire ship is actually the back section. It has tons of detail that all lines up towards the center of the ship.
Something we were keen to follow up with is some of the RSI ships have transforming states, such as the Scorpius.
We were playing with the idea of like, do we open the wings, do we not open the wings? And as soon as we kind of started playing with the idea and seeing how it looked, it just felt natural.
The base Aurora Mark II comes with 4 size 2 weapon hardpoints, as well as 4 size 2 missile hardpoints, each defaulting to 2 size 1 missiles.
The guns are actually attached to what the wings are attached to. So when the wings pop off, the guns are still attached to the ship.
So if you lose your wings, you're not totally out of the fight?
No, so if you lose your wings, you'll lose your missiles, and you'll lose the VTOL if you lose the bottom wings.
When we were doing the original design for the Mark II Aurora, one thing that came up was, do we want to do variants or do modules?
In terms of production, a variant of a ship is actually a lot of work on our part. You have to redo modeling, you have to almost rethink the whole entire ship.
The ship now, instead of being a variant, comes with 2 different modules.
And the advantage of modules is you buy one Aurora Mark II, and forever in the future, when upgrades happen to the ship, you can grab that module and then add it to your own ship.
The TS module, or what we internally refer to as the cargo module, provides an additional 6 SEU cargo on a drop lift, which takes the whole cargo capacity of the Aurora Mark II with it equipped to 8 SEU, which is pretty competitive in a starter ship. And then one of the big changes with the TS cargo module and the base Aurora is the cargo is held internally rather than underslung underneath, so it's more protected.
So it's great for somebody who's just getting started, who wants to do hauling missions before upgrading to something bigger like a Zeus.
Or you can either go with the defense module, which adds 8 S2 missiles and also 1 S1 shield generator in the back of it.
So if you add 8 S2 missiles, you're much more lethal. And if you add another S1 shield, you're adding 50% more shield to your ship.
So the player can decide whichever one suits their playstyle the most.
In the future, we can definitely foresee other modules coming along, and anybody who has the Aurora Mark II now will be able to use those modules later on.
One of the kind of limiting factors of the Mark I was its overall size. With the Mark II, we built it more from the inside out, so we knew all the features that we wanted it to deliver.
You get in from the airlock door. On your left, you have the nice pilot seat. We have a nice view from there. We have a lot of glass, so we can really see space from pretty much everywhere when you turn around. You have 2 shelves for mission boxes, so you can take the ship to do missions. You have engineering screen with components below that. If you continue on the right, you have a suit locker and a weapon rack. And at the end of the ship, you have the bed with a lot of space compared to the first Aurora. When you lie down, you have a big screen on top of your head.
It's very enclosed, but it all has a very functional style to it. Everything like sort of feels like it should be where it is. The paints are awesome. We have a lot of cool options.
We have a solid black one. We have a bronze and green one. There's one tint that's iridescent that's inspired by an Aurora Borealis. I think that one came out really well. One of my favorite tints was inspired by an old video game that I grew up with that I loved. And I think when the players find it, they'll be doing some barrel rolls.
Alongside the Mark II Aurora, we also wanted to celebrate the Mark I Aurora, and for that reason we decided to introduce a 6th special edition variant called the Aurora Mark I SE.
So the Mark I Special Edition is really our sending off of the Mark I. It's taking all of the best elements from the different Mark I models that we do and combining them into one.
So it takes the improved cargo of the CL, the base level of the MR, the weapon loadout and the intakes of the LN, and then the luxurious take of the LX seat.
We also wanted to give it a really nice unique paint. And we wanted to give it a nice update to the interior in terms of its materials and its colours. So it kind of feels like a high-end sports model of some of the cars you see out and about.
So is the Mark II replacing the Mark I?
No, it's not replacing it. So you still get to keep all your Mark I Auroras. RSI just aren't manufacturing them anymore. Just like the Mark I Hornets, they're here to stay in-game. They're still going to be supported. They're still going to have bug fixes. They're going to have any features that they don't support yet updated in time to support that. They're here to stay, but we hope they will turn into this classic car status within the universe.
I'm very happy with the ship. The team did a great job.
It is clearly an Aurora, but brought up to just kind of modern RSI visuals.
I have a big background in creating the first levels of games. For me as a designer, I thought a lot about the new player coming on and having the ship be as welcoming as possible.
It's a great starter package. It's everything you could want to start the game with.
But even if you have other ships, it's there as a sort of useful modular utility ship that you can just have as your second ship perhaps, when your main ship is perhaps being claimed or damaged and you just want to get back out there.
I'm back. Okay. Yeah, okay, I took 10 minutes. I wanted to look, I've been on since 6 o'clock this morning. I mean, take a little bit of me time. And guess what? I played a little bit of CITIZEN in the background on their little what. That's the new RSI Aurora and whatnot. Am I impressed? Am I not impressed? I've been playing the game so long, nothing impresses me. I know what impresses her, but anyway, seriously. I'm back in the game there now, okay? And I'm gonna try. Where did I say I was now? I did say 1, 2. So I've just got noises running in the background. Look, I've got noise cancel, but it's messing up my concentration here. Okay. I'm going to fly to Pyro now. Okay. I've got to log out of Discord because Discord doesn't like my PC the way it's configuring. I can't understand Discord not using much to take up so much of what I've not got. Now there's no lag. Oh. This might be the last gameplay that I will be actually doing before we go live tomorrow. And I just had the shock of my life. I actually gained 5 subscribers today. But that's not all. I've just been looking at my stats, which you can't see. I've actually had 300 views today in total. I wonder. Yes, that's what I was going to do. I have to go to Pyro. I have to do those missions. 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm just checking everything's working at the moment. Anyway, you guys, it's nothing new. The only thing new is going to be me doing reload in the game. Remember, I'm the only one in Star Citizens doing Perm of Death. Okay? And what does that mean? Not dying in the game. Is it possible? If I told you yes it is, you would call me a liar. Do I need to prove it? I don't need to prove it. If you look back on the streams, sorry about the noise in the background, Look at Permanent Death and Death of a Spaceman. In the last patch, I played for nearly 2 months and I did die once. It wasn't all about combat. It wasn't all about going out and being, yeah, I am a pirate, I am a murderer in this and I'm a murderer in that. It's about a guy playing a game on his own with the materials he's got and being smart, escaping death. Okay? And that is what Death of a Spaceman is. But the people that come in the game don't know that. They're only coming in for 5 minutes fix, not understanding what the game is. But remember, you can be whoever you want, whatever you want, whenever you want, within the rules of the game. But when things go wrong, don't go blame other people for your insecurity at the end of the day.
It was great talking with you. I hope
It takes
you have a wonderful
time
day.
to learn something. It's like in the real world. Okay? And you're never too old to learn. That's the thing.
Everything good?
I don't know.
Welcome to the
You might
ASOP
not
vehicle
believe
retrieval
it,
system.
and I'm going to tell you this again. I've got one of the best PCs in Star Citizen. Why? Because this PC was built in Star Citizen, and all the stuff that I have brought onto my
Vehicle
PC
selected.
is for Star
Stand up.
Citizen.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following
And because
location.
it's for Star Citizen, you can play and do a heck of a lot more than Star Citizens. The only thing is at the moment,
Looking for a good time? Be sure to visit one
the
of
streaming quality is good, but it's not that good. I'm actually streaming using the IGP at the moment, giving me more on my I'm using my iGPU to do the streaming at the moment of my OBS, what you're watching right now, but I'm actually playing the game on my GPU, giving me ridiculous frame rates. No, you might be seeing 240 frames a minute, but the PC can do a heck of a lot more than that. But the main goal is for rearming the missiles on the Polaris. But look how long it's taken me to get to this part. And as usual, I am a little bit tired and I am a little bit fatigued, but I have a goal today. I will be knocking off with 300 views today on the PTU. I know it's not fixed because at the end of the day, what's the point of fixing old numbers? It's not real. Because all you're doing is you're fooling yourself. And people would like to use that as their reference at the end of the day, and I don't give a shit, because I've got nothing to prove. I'm about proving to myself, and proving things to myself is being the best I am capable of being at myself. No point telling me to walk across the road if I ain't got no legs. I'm not going to do it, because I can't. But I am not here to satisfy anybody else's ego. That might sound a little bit negative. It's not what I mean. What I'm trying to say is at the end of the day, be what you can be, if that's what you want to be. And by the way, you guys, life supports in the game. And I've got to now learn that without dying on the ship. And I'm not an engineer. But I'm not coming out of the Polaris. If I do come out of the Polaris, you can guarantee I'm going to be in the Icarus. But in the PTU, I've only been able to do all my testing for my personal uses in PTU in the Polaris, because I don't actually own the Icarus. But what's sad, I own the Javelin. One of the best ships in the game, and it's giving me nothing like the Idris M, which I would have loved to have used. Because the ship I've got isn't coming out for now, and it would have made it worth my weight in gold.
Fuel is at 100%.
Bye, and thank you for visiting New Babbage.
Shields are off.
I wonder what time you will drop. It's any time now. They will drop 4.7, but I am not CIG, and knowing their pattern, it'll UK time, it'll be after midnight when everybody goes home, because they want to make sure they got all the bits in there. But then again, it could be any time within the next hour or so. But how long's a piece of string? It will drop, and if you go to bed, have a cup of tea and whatnot, then go into it. You already know what's new in the game. How do you know that? Because the PTU has put everything in. And all the testers out there who've been playing for hours, they are exhausted. And guess what? Tomorrow morning, they're all going to have onions over their eyes, talking about exhaustion, how the PTU was this and the PTU was that at the end of the day. And all they've done is copy everybody else. There's nothing wrong. I'm shattered, I'm tired, because I wasn't doing what everybody was. I was doing new things. I was finding out new things I didn't know, or did know, didn't want to be what was in the game. But to your question, you can guarantee it will be out tomorrow morning. Okay? After midnight, UK time. The time now is 6 o'clock. I would say any time after midnight. But what's going to work and what's not going to work, that is the question. When you some people spend all day trying to download the PC, finding out they might have to reload their game again. Some people just, by the way, big hint, you don't need to re-download the PTU, I mean the live. Just rename your old live folder to live 1, and if you're in the PTU, rename that to the live in capital letters, and you will be in the game instant. Now, if you don't get into the game instant, you can go back and update the live. It's not going to work. Okay? That's happened to me for the last 4 patches. So it might be forcing us to re-download Star Citizen from scratch. But I'm going to give you one hint. Make sure you've got no overlays working at all. If you've got afterburners and it's got overlay, turn it on, off. If you've got smoothing and it's not working, turn it off. Okay? I'm only going on old patches. If you've noticed, I always swear by my overlays. Alright? I've got none working right now. I'm not saying that's what will happen. Okay?
Shields are on.
But the best thing, if you've been in the PTU, rename the PTU to the live. But before you do that, rename your old live program to live 1. That will get you back in Star Citizen before you can blink an eye. Okay? If that does not work, you can try and update your old 1, and if that don't work, you have no choice but to be download Star Citizen. But one thing I must say to you, your game file, I can't remember your utility folder or whatever. What's it called? Just let me have a look. I'll give you the name. Please make sure you have this spare and recopy it back. I think it's called utility folder. I'll let you know in 1 second. It's got all your key bindings in there. Your users file. Before you do anything, rename your users file to user 1. Alright? And put it in your desktop directory. And then when you down or upload it to the PTU, then rename your users file back to the normal users file. That will save all your key bindings. I repeat, that will save all your key bindings. Like your shit, by the way. Thank you, mate. That's the Polaris. I like the graphics. I mean, by the way, I'm also in 8K. I'm in 8K plus. It's not about the pretty graphics. It's about reading the text. Look. And I'm at 240 frames per second. I'm going to upgrade the frames to 480. I'm not going to go through all the details. I know where I am. 480. It's all about motion smoothing.
Radar contact. Shields are off.
So I can't look at the text screen. I'm about to go into warp. There goes. legs! Where is it? Oh! Oh! Shit, that was close. That was close. I think I wet myself. Oh, okay. I think I wet myself. Did I make it? I made it. Can somebody get me some Kleenex, please? That is when you're playing Death of a Spaceman and you're into the game the way I'm into it. Every move you make, you're gonna feel it. Is too strong. 360. 100 pounds. I think I've got that dialed in now. I actually liked the Polaris before I even got it live. I nearly did melt it a few years back because CIG was not very... They started to change a heck of a lot of things and the ship almost died on me. But what they did with the Icarus, I would have never believed it. Why don't I own the Icarus? Because the Icarus that I want is the military version. I don't want the civilian version. You've heard about the shields already, haven't you? That's one of the main reasons. and that's why I've got the dabbling. But you know what? A bigger ship's coming out for $5 grand, and I don't know what to do, because that will be the mother of all ships at the end of the day. Will it be too big for me? No, it won't be. Will it do everything that I want it to do? So what I know about Star Citizens, if there's enough copper space to hide my dirty socks, me putting it clean, that's the ship for me. But I really don't know if I want to invest $5 grand on the ship. I'm not going to melt my ships to buy the ships. Okay? Not doing it. Because I don't want to lock my ships into the account. Because I've got grandchildren out there and I want to give my ships away. Most of my ships are LCI and giftable, you see. I might have enough ships which have made messes in it over the years. That can give me $5 grand to buy the ship. But I'm not even going to look into that just yet, because I don't want to sit down there, oh, this is what you call it. I just want to enjoy the game now with what I've got. Bloom, and think what you can do with $5 grand. You see where I'm coming from? Right, I want contracts. Now, the mission I pick, I know it's a bounty mission, but if you look on my manuscript, it's about stealth, radar, ship stealing, weapons, and penetration armor. Okay? And like I said, I've been up since 4 this morning, playing so many hours straight without a break. And now it's night. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it at the end of the day. But the main thing I really want to do is the missile interchange. I really, really want to do that. Now, the first mission is easy missions, the small ships. Those small ships cannot penetrate my armor. It'd be like a deflector. So I won't be using my point of defense because I'm not about to blow the ship up. Because at the end of the day, I want to do salvaging, and I got to use certain guns to shut down certain things. It's easier with more than one player, but I can do it by myself. I just to make sure I don't kill the bloody ships. So we're going to start off with that easiest one in total. That's not the easiest one. So the first thing you'll notice, I will turn my shields off. Sorry, not my shield, my point of defense, because I'm in a capital ship, so the bullets will just bounce off because it's small baby ships. Remember, baby ships are not supposed to kill big ships or whatever. That's the way it's designed. But then
Gil don't
again,
like it when hunters drop a bounty. But hey, screw 'em, right? Not like they own us. Well, they're a nasty son of a bitch, huh? I put the bounty back on the wire. Hopefully somebody will bag him. Just got confirmation that bounty's been cleared. I'll get you paid.
What?
Bounty's all yours. Get locked and loaded and take him out. You got all the details and you know what to do. Play it smart and come home safe, you hear? Good day to take down some shitheads, huh? Got your pay on tap and ready to go once you punch him out. Hey, it's Kent. Saw that you're picking up another bounty. Good luck with this one. Kent here. I'll be tracking your progress. Hey, it's Kent. Saw that you're picking up another bounty. Good luck with this one.
and another thing is, talk about radar.
Quantum drive is now off.
Because the ships are small ships, I don't need my shields. What does that mean? Radar now is interlock.
Quantum drive is now on.
I would presume it'll be after midnight tonight, but that's not what CIG says, it's what I say. If you follow their regular pattern over the years. So have a rest, enjoy what you've got, and when you start the game tomorrow, everything's there fresh.
Shields are on. Shields are off. Radar contact.
Now, that's a small ship. He's got missiles. If you've noticed, I've turned off my shields because his guns are like rubber bullets towards my ship. If he's got missiles, I'll use my countermeasures to block off his missiles. Remember, I don't want to kill the ship. Okay? Because if I was into salvaging, I would strip it and use what I make from this ship to feed my next venture. But I don't want to go less than 5 kilometers because I should be detected at that range. Now the guns that could have killed it I've took the guns off. And the only other guns that can do anything to it is my main guns. But if the ship's moving, my main guns are too slow to penetrate it. So I'm using defense and strategy and tactical approach. It's not a fast go in and fast kill, because that's not my type of gameplay. All this you see me doing here now is what I will be bringing into the line. Ship is alive and it is moving. Got size 3 missiles. I don't think it will do it dick squat. My main guns will be in range to shoot down the ship, but it's moving at 4 kilometers per hour. My guns will never touch it. And now within range. Radar minimum range is 4.1. I have just been detected by radar. He's going to be coming to me like a cat in a bird's eye, what they call it. As you can see, my armor is deflecting him. He can't do me dick. This is the way it's intended. But if he was smart, he would aim directly for my guns. I have turned off my point of defense. No, I did not.
Weapons system is off. Weapons system is off. Weapons system is off. Weapons system is off.
My point of defense is now off, so now I'm going to turn my guns on. My point of defense will not attack him now.
Weapons system is on.
Now I'm going to go into my side turrets, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to take down his shields with my guns, and then after that I'm going to use my sucker punch to shut down his system. His ship will be whole. I can't board his ship, so I'm not even going to try. Okay? Because I've not learned how to do that just yet. The shields are still down. Now, the point I'm going to make here now, the Perseus originally shouldn't have had shields, right? It didn't need them because of the armor. Okay? And it was built specifically for this role. But somebody in Star Citizens rewrote the history books and put shields on the Perseus. Okay? That was the only ship in game that didn't have shields but had the firepower because it had the armor to protect itself. Okay? Who the hell written the... Where am I going? Notice I've not got no shields on, there's no protection, and I've switched off my gun. This is the way the game is intended, if you understand how the game is written. There's a lot more to it than this, but I'm just keeping it simple. I'm just setting up my guns at the moment. These are cannons. Those are sucker punches. Remember, the sucker punches shut down the ship's shields because they do splash. And I'm going to show you on this ship. Harder with one player because you need two players to do this, what I've got all day. Shit, he kamikazed into me.
I'll push your payment through.